Hey guys, tonight, we continue once again from the green where dew pins sequins to the hedges and the hedgehog fairy post wears last night's moons like buttons, and you step out at procession pace. Because ankles remember the liturgy of careful, your pockets taking attendance, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow even while moonlighting in a fence. Three bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, and on your staff the color alphabet already tied in a modest braid. Blue for boundary. Red for law and water. Green for work that must pass even when breath wants hedges. And the yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speeches. Courtesy not chain. Michaelmas crouches on the calendar like a cat with opinions. And the forest air is coming down out of parchment to sit under oaks and ask whether customs can read aloud. Your job before rods and robes arrive is to gather proofs that do not shout. Witnesses with wrists, not trumpets. Tools with old fingerprints. A map drawn in feet and breath. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the village begins to move the way. Hive moves when someone says quietly that the day will ask for honey and restraint in equal ladles. The clerk appears with his lap board and a little box of cuttlefish pounce. He draws a daisy in the margin because thinking likes petals, then writes a list he calls a psalter for inspectors. Hedgehog post prickled with nails and rushlight string. Bell on latch thresholds that chew worry instead of ankles. Biting lintel lane where the carver's leaf turned pace into policy. Causeway ribs that groan in good grammar now that trenail commas hold. The guest reliquary under the owl doorway with rostered nights and no miracles asked to show papers. Vinegar bowl, the patient stone, shined like a moon polite to money. And your yellow not swallowtail cut to signal guest, not bond. Mainstream fact settles its sensible stool. Justices in air, great royal circuits, really did sit to view vert and venison. Here perprestures encroachments, asarts clearings, trespasses of pannage and estovers. Rolls from the 13th century preserve forests turning into Latin, fines into ink, and villages into examples or warnings. Historians still debate whether those heirs conserved woods or harvested coin, whether kings loved deer or tallies more. Your parish will argue conservation by brush, not rhetoric. Joke one arrives with its hair combed and suggests we print glossy brochures called Visit Our Forest. Now with 30% more courtesy. You pocket the brochure idea and keep the courtesy. The forester gathers you by the yew that learned to be a roof and begins the day's choreography in his counting stick. Voice, ropes for the snag that grew ambitions and then learned humility. The swine bells because music helped pannage learn to behave. The face carver's plank that bites worry into chewable pieces. A scoop the miller will swear on without coughing. And the hound, chief fragrance officer, whose nose passes for a notary public west of the ferry. You go collecting evidence that is not theater. At the owl doorway the guest bone waits under. Roster. You do not ask it to perform. You ask the roster instead to perform memory, names, hours, the small eases that belong to soup and distance, not to glass. At the lane you slide a thumb under a leaf and refresh the little fish breath notch. Ankles will take instruction again without feeling scolded. At the fold the blue and red on the wattle say policy even to wolves, who have lately been choosing manners over appetite. Which is the closest to a miracle you allow yourself. You lodge one new trenail in the gate so the court can hear the click that sounds like truth. Fringe detail walks in with burrs in its hem. You tell the bees because bees must be told of births, deaths, and lawsuits if they are to stay. You tap their skep twice and the hum drops a half step into present, which is a reasonable legal category for apiculture. The ferryman insists on his toll, the map in your mouth, and you pay while you work, reciting not for drama but for the kind of memory rivers respect. Hedgehog post. Boundary stones tapped present with whole hand greetings, coppice chairs, owl doorway, drowned causeway ribs that now hum rather than groan, lintel that bites, ash root bundle minding bad luck without bragging. He nods with the oar as if signatures are a figure eight. You inventory witnesses like planks, the boy with nettle hair who raised the hue and cry through hazel and will show the knot he tied on the thief's bundle. The rope men who learned the color, alphabet and can explain why yellow in swallowtail reads guest. Not levy, the alewife, ledger of soup, who can speak irregular kindness as if it were an entry the exchequer forgot. The miller with a sack marked for gleaners if the kiln keeps its temper. And the charcoaler whose miler sleeps like a disciplined dragon because you kept proud light out of its grammar. Joke 2 nudges your ribs and proposes we seat the hound on a tiny bench to lend. The oak shade a scent of jurisprudence. The hound accepts in principle by sneezing twice and leaning against your knee, which is his oath form. You set a rehearsal under beach, the dry run the clerk calls feet that draw maps. Children go first because knees forgive, elders second because memory likes quiet applause. You last, staff under thumb where the face carver hid the daisy, breath lengthened to the key that kept. Pete civil. At each stone you say present. At each gate you touch 5 fingers. At the hawthorn you read a psalm without trying to convince God of anything except your willingness to carry pegs. Mainstream bead lays another plank. Calm as a ledger, Michaelmas quarter day brought rents, accounts, and fares. Geese walked roads in feathered columns toward spit and tally, and Reeves rendered compotus. Stock in, stock out on checkered cloths that turned arithmetic into stagecraft. The court will understand those words if it understands any. You will translate your hinges into their counters. The face carver arrives silent as a good chisel and hands you a small wedge engraved. With a daisy wheel. He means, if benches grow proud, put this under 1 foot and teach it to sit level before you try to teach it justice. You slip the wedge into your pouch beside 2 tree nails. That will become commas on the bank if the river additions mischief again today. The rope men post themselves at the fork not as toll but as wicker for peas and storm, ready to tell sleeves from sleeves. The reeve, astonishingly, keeps his lemon asleep and asks only for clear names, clear jobs, who carries the vinegar bowl, who counts heartbeats at the ferry, who carries the bell on latch to hang on the court post so verdicts remember doors. Scholars still debate whether moral economy, the village's tacit treaty about fair measure and fair price, ever convinced courts, or whether courts merely nodded and fined smaller. You are betting on nouns that can be put on a table. A style, a bell, a brush bundle, a roster, a map. You pass the drowned causeway and hear it hum the note you taught it. You lay 2 more tree nails on the bank as punctuation. Not offering. At the ferry the coracle man reports the snag reduced to its manners, and the ferryman lifts a rushlight ladder to prove that moth-sized moons are better than proclamations in fog. Quirky detail slips you a talisman on a string, an adder stone, a hold pebble from the shallows. A woman swears she sees truth more clearly peering through it. You hang it on the hedgehog post for the court to look through if their parchment needs air. Then noon tilts and the day becomes a basket. All the proofs gathered, none of them loud. The clerk rehearses testimony in a voice like linen, plain, strong, unwilling to show off. Wolves met blue and red and chose to read. Bells made pigs into paragraphs. The biting lintel made ankles alter verbs. Vinegar taught coins distance. Rushlights taught moths calendars. Brushes learned to be commas at the ford. The guest bone learned to be neighbor not king. And the yellow knot learned to behave like courtesy, not higher. Joke 3 tiptoes in small and edible and asks whether we should embroider we explain with furniture on a banner. You settle for tying a green thread to blue and red at the ferry to remind yourself that work, boundary, and law are cousins here. Evening combs itself smooth and the ride's messenger. polite, accurate, almost relieved that you are the kind of parish that turns nouns into proof. Arrives with the time tomorrow and a direction under oaks the court prefers. You tuck the summons under your ribbon instead of under your pride. Before sleep you make 3 last stops because maps like to be kissed goodnight. The owl doorway, where you tell the guest reliquary it will be weighed by works, not applause. The hedgehog post, where you straighten the rushlight ladder and touch the adder stone as if it were a peephole through which daylight can see your hedge manners. And the biting lintel, where your thumb finds the fish breath notch and remembers to teach ankles before teaching anyone else. Inventory, because habit beats wind. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise a ribbon. Yellow swallowtail that loosens when tugged. 1 adder stone loaned to honesty. 2 tree nails ready to become commas in any sentence the river tries to run on. A wedge with a daisy to level proud benches, and a map that now carries witnesses like beads on a string. You sleep with the kyrie under your tongue so breath will remember its pace when rods and robes sit and the village, already half assembled for morning, dreams a unanimous verdict you do not dare ask for. That pegs and bells can pass for law when law remembers it was born of pegs and bells. You gather slippers the way a clerk gathers quills, carefully knowing the day will spend them, and step onto the green at procession pace, breath already choosing the low gear that kept Pete polite. Your pockets take attendance like a morning roll. Call, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish. Talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The little adder stone the river loaned honesty. 2 tree nails for commas should any bank try a run on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge to level benches or tempers as needed. Children shuffle up first, knees that forgive, followed by elders who remember where memory lives when parchment gets colds. And the forester raises his counting stick not like a cudgel, like a metronome, while the bellwoman brings 2 swine bells to turn counting into yes, and the clerk arrives with lapboard and cuttlefish pounce, drawing a daisy in the margin because thinking likes petals, then writing at the top feet that draw maps. You lift your whole hand, no pointing. Pointing pricks, and the line obeys the verb you always begin with, present. The hedgehog ferry post still wears last night's rushlight moons like modest buttons, so you start there, tapping the nail prick metals that stand for vows and telling the 2 smallest children to sniff the vinegar bowl, the patience stone, so they will remember with their noses as well as their ankles. Joke 1 pads in and proposes commissioning souvenir slippers with 30% more courtesy stitched on the toe. You file the brochure in an imaginary drawer and point your staff whole hand toward the owl doorway because ledgers deserve the first hello. Say present, and show the older boys the roster under. The arch where the guest bone has behaved like a neighbor rather than a headline. Hours listed like prayers that never tried to boss God. Mainstream fact takes a sensible seat on the sill. Rogation perambulations before ascension walked parishes. Beating the bounds with rods while litanies cooled tempers. Gospel trees hosted readings. Boundary stones received taps and sometimes bumps so children would remember with their bodies. In some places bread and cheese were tossed to bystanders at stops. Whether the right primarily upheld jurisdiction or watered hope is still argued with tidy pens. You let the facts sit there like a bench everyone can share. The lane with the biting lintel receives you next and, as ankles hesitate in the way you designed, you scratch a fresh fish breath notch under a leaf where the face carver's mouth smiles. The elders murmur approval in the dialect that carpenters love. And the clerk writes on his board, pace turned policy. At the fold the blue and red ribbon you tied to teach wolves manners flickers in an excuse for wind. A you chooses to believe you invented calm and demonstrates by chewing. The boy with nettle hair hangs a bell on the gate, and the hound, chief fragrance officer, files a scented report, not cheese, not wolf, acceptable, which is as notarized as your parish requires. You keep the procession from becoming a parade by keeping your voice low. At each post, 5-finger hello, present. At each ditch, you lay a child's palm flat to feel where ground keeps its promises. At the coppice stools, chairs that will be chairs again, you tell the apprentices to count rings that look like size. Fringe detail taps your sleeve with a burr. An old woman brings a sliver of thread to tie at a spring where people have left rags for years to ask the water to remember them. A habit some call a Clutie custom. You do not require theology of the spring, only good manners, and let the thread stand as a footnote the court can't shave because it lives in the hands that tied it. The drowned causeway hums your name the way a friendly kiln finds its key. Children try the kyrie and get the vowel wrong, which is its own kind of right. The coracle man points where the fascines, stitched yesterday, held, and you place 2 tree nails on the bank as commas the river can read. Joke 2 asks if commas accrue interest. You declare they do in ankles saved, which is a currency even stewards secretly respect. Mainstream bead lays another plank as the clerk walks and writes. In places like London and Oxford the perambulations long outlasted the Middle Ages. Boys bumped on stones and ducked in brooks to make memory stick. Later accounts describe bread and cheese thrown at marks. Whether such rough mnemonics were always friendly or sometimes cruel is still debated. And whether priests led from conviction or concession is another long quarrel. You step between the theories and prefer the practice. Taps gentle enough that children laugh and still remember at 40 where a hedge becomes law. The boundary stone that sulked yesterday wears the beast you refused to erase. The face carver has cut a small daisy on its crown and the tiniest word beside the beast's mouth. No. You set 3 children to bump their knuckles on the top. 1 tap each. Memory that will not love parchment but will correct it when parchment lies. And you teach them to say not mine, not yours, ours. The forester looks like a man who has discovered he owns a tone that benches respect, and the reeve, lemon asleep by unused right, counts aloud in a voice more soup than statute. You pause at a hawthorn some call a gospel tree because someone's great-grand once read a psalm there after a field changed minds. You do not insist on chapters, only on verbs, and you say present to the thorn's shade as if thanking it for lending cool to disputes. The rope men from the fair learn to be wicker again. Taking the flank where lanes fork, sleeves quiet, ready to tell yellow in swallowtail guessed from yellow that knots wrist's chain, and to cut the second if it tries to swagger through your parish. Quirky detail ambles in like a hobby horse. A fiddler insists his grandfather's parish carried a dragon on rogation, a painted canvas beast with a grin, to frighten rain into compliance. Whether that happened here or anywhere is not your problem. You approve dragons as long as they hate fees. The clerk proposes a drill, children to the front to cry the mirrors, to speak out the marks like a chant, and elders correcting with a single whole hand gesture when a noun wanders. You approve because singing maps embarrasses forgetfulness more kindly than fines. Historians still debate whether memory by feet truly constrained enclosure and encroachment or whether it merely provided pleasant cover for them. Some read perambulation suits in rolls and hear law in boots. Others hear theater with birch behind it. You write your answer in ankles instead. The biting lintel changed pace. The causeway learned commas. Wolves paused at blue and red. Doors chewed worry after bells. Coins learned to bathe before hands. That is not theater. It is furniture arranged so neighbors can sit. At midday the alewife produces a loaf measured by the assize, smaller this season because wheat sulks, and cuts it into ninths with her traveling cross, feeding names. Kiln watcher, fold sitter, clamp walker, fairy ladder, bell hanger, hue and crier, nettle bringer, daisy drawer, and witness. You tuck witness under your tongue because the air eats that word like a favorite plum. Then the gospel side of the ritual gets its share. You ask an elder to sing a verse that knew the path to her mouth before the plague rumors began. She does beautifully and keeps her distance while doing it. Your new song for distance, call and answer like two hedges waving, is good enough to make bees sound interested. The bees must be told, so you tap the skep twice and recite the route like news. Their hum drops a half tone into present, which in apiculture is a reasonable verdict. The hound sneezes twice. Auditors note that someone has brought a posy of rue and clove the barber's lad sold, as a pocket planet against fevers, and sidles toward your knee to sign off on the day's air. Nursery, not grave. You teach the children the color alphabet, blue boundary, red law and water, green work that must go through, yellow courtesy not chain, and tie a thread of each to a hazel twig. The face carver has nicked with a fish breath under leaf. The twig becomes a pocket banner the court can't buy because it was not for sale. The miller surprises everyone by bringing a scoop without cough. He swears on it that he has kept mulcher modest while the kiln slept better, and the clerk writes scoop sworn in a margin full of daisies that look like a meadow of thought. The rope men volunteer a small experiment. Bread and cheese thrown lightly at the boundary stone to marry kindness to jurisdiction. Children squeal, elders catch. The hound catches the wrong piece and files no complaint. Whether the custom will stick is a question for next year and ankles, not for parchment tonight. You finish the circuit at the hedgehog post exactly where you began so the day can tie its knot. The ferryman claims his toll, the map, and you pay in nouns braided with adverbs that serve as distances. Present gently, lift here, step wide, breathe long. He nods a figure 8 with his or as if writing as witnessed on water. Joke 3 arrives last, polite and small. It suggests awarding honorary degrees in cartography to the children who can now recite, with flower on their lips, the order of posts without peeking. The clerk confers a solemn daisy on each sleeve and calls it a diploma, which works as well as Latin for your purposes. Before dusk you visit 3 thresholds to seal the day's lesson into furniture. The biting lintel gets a touch from every palm so tomorrow's ankles cannot deny they were taught. The owl doorway receives a rushlight that promises to read without boasting. The boundary stone with the beast gets a second no carved smaller than pride but larger than theft. And you place your carpenter's wedge under a bench at the ale stake so any quarrel that tries to slant the evening will find itself leveled by geometry instead of humiliation. Inventory at the close because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip that still promises tomorrow while the fold borrows it. 3 bent saints pleased with how punctuation turned into a walk. Yellow swallowtail that loosens clean. Adder stone hung on the hedgehog post for curious justices. 2 tree nails ready for banks that forget to speak in sentences. Carpenter's daisy wedged back in your pouch. And the map itself rewritten in feet and laughter so even a clerk with sharp knives cannot shave it. Night slips its hand under the village's elbow and escorts it to bed. You hum the kyrie in the key that teaches sleep to keep its temper. And somewhere in the beach you will stand under tomorrow. An owl rehearses the vowel that means accounts can be balanced without shouting, provided ankles remember where to lift. You hear parchment before you see sleeves. The dry whisper of confidence trying to become weather. And you slow to procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Your pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip still promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints talking commas under your ribs, bracket, hinge. And don't be foolish. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain, the little adder stone the river loaned honesty. 2 tree nails for commas should any bank try a run on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge to level benches that forget humility. The ride is already at the green, a table dragged under beech shade, 3 seals asleep on silk like well-fed cats, 2 clerks with quills sharpened to shave pride, and a reader whose voice would like to be a drum but must settle for reed. He begins, by writ and assent and custody of safety, pavage restored and escorts payable in good coin to gentlemen whose sleeves you raise your whole hand, no pointing. Pointing pricks and ask for daylight louder than parchment. The clerk blinks as if you suggested whether sit on the bench. We read in the open, you say oaks for witnesses, bees for appeal, and the ferryman taps his or once to second the motion. Gavel that never went to school. Mainstream fact sits down on the table like a sensible weight. Charters were copied and cut in chirographs, married teeth on 2 or 3 halves. Word chirograph written across the join before cutting so haves proved kin. Seals hung on cords of hemp, silk, or parchment tags. Market crosses and church doors heard readings in daylight so ears could audit ink. Livery of season transferred land by a clod of earth or a twig in a fist because bodies remember better than clauses. You let the fact breathe because you will need it when sleeves try to say sky is a private asset. Fringe detail wanders up with a grin it cannot suppress. Some towns kept a charter ale, tapping a barrel after public readings so memory would stay lubricated. Others sprinkled pounce from cuttlefish bone on fresh ink, and boys swore it was powdered. Dragon. You smell the cuttlefish at the clerk's elbow and decide dragons are cheaper than lawsuits. Joke 1 lifts its head and proposes we start a pop-up stand selling authentic indented teeth. Guaranteed to bite fraud, you keep the joke leashed because teeth are already on the table. The ride's reader unrolls his favorite sentence and the letters yawn in the exact places you expect counterfeit breath. Ink still too brisk for an antique story. Witness list naming a man who last winter failed at dying and then succeeded in spring. Seal that looks like a saint repurposed from a different devotion. The forester stands with his counting stick the way he stands by wolves and says the thing oaks prefer. Show us the twin, married teeth sing truer in pairs. They produce a partner and the teeth do not kiss. The clerk tilts the halves together and they quarrel at once. The cut is good theater but bad geometry. The face carver, hands dusty with tree nails, leans in like a joiner admiring a badly behaved dovetail and murmurs that married edges must remember the same knife. This has 2 husbands. The reader bristles. We have custody of safety, and you lay your map on the wood not as challenge, as syllabus, hedgehog fairy post prickled with nails and rushlight moons. Bell on latch thresholds chewing worry rather than ankles biting lintel that taught pace. Causeway ribs that hum since tree-nail commas, vinegar bowl, patience stone. Where coins learn to bathe before hands, blue and red at the fold so wolves read manners before appetite. Yellow not cut swallowtail for guest not bond. Pay us in brush and pegs if you like safety, but do not charge toll for only writing the word on paper. Mainstream bead adds a plank with courtroom. Manners, Magna Carta's clause on fish weirs ordered obstructions removed so boats and fish could pass. Promise often honored, sometimes ignored. The charter of the forest made commons, pannage, estovers, turbary, lawful under watch. Historians still debate whether such texts lived in daily custom, or merely comforted parchment. Some read air rolls and see fiscal appetite, others see conservation by fine. Your parish is about to argue that conservation is best paid in hinges. Not headlines, the ride's younger clerk, who enjoys fees, tries a different angle, but your earlier writ was voided under leaves. And now we have a new seal, cleaner. You ask for witnesses who know your hedges by wrist rather than rumor. By sleeve, the boy with nettle hair steps forward and recites his hue and cry through hazel like a psalm. The rope men, once toll and now wicker, lay their new color alphabet on the table. Blue boundary, red water and law. Green work that must pass, yellow courtesy not chain, and the forester slides your yellow ribbon across the wood. Swallowtail visible, not demonstrably loosening. The clerk sniffs because loosening knots are bad for retinues and good for villages, which is roughly the point of your policy. Joke two knocks softly and suggests we get the beast on the boundary. Stone to testify. You nearly accept because the beast's new neighbor word. No would make an excellent witness. Instead you produce the adder stone from the hedgehog post and invite the clerk to peer through it at his own parchment. He does despite himself and the whole inn. The pebble obliges by reminding everyone that daylight edits hurry. Fringe lore leans on a bench with sticky fingers. Some swear peering through holed stones reveals witches or cures sore eyes. Others say it merely makes men feel briefly scientific. You use it for its one reliable trick, slowing pride. The reader shifts to his next document, an escort schedule painted in months where rain walks. The dates are unkind to haymaking and kinder to fees. The miller clears his flour from his throat and swears on his scoop that the ford needs people when brush and rope desire, not when parchment yawns. The ferryman adds 40 heartbeats at the landing. No trumpet, and the clerk writes it reluctantly because figures that behave like liturgy make good copy. Mainstream truth steps up again with dignity. Exchequer checker cloths turn counters into dues, tallies into memory. Reeves rendered compotus on benches like this. But even king's auditors preferred daylight, open doors, shared spectacles. Historians still debate whether transparency was a true habit or merely a ritual that kept peace until tax season. You rub your thumb on the daisy the face carver hid under the staff's grip and choose to act as if rituals make truth when repeated. The face carver produces his daisy wedge and slides it under the ride's table leg with the politest craft. The bench stops listing, tempers follow. You say, keep the halves as curiosities. Bring them to Michaelmas so justices in air can admire their teeth in public. Until then, safety is brush at the ford, not grammar on ribbons. The ride's older clerk, less enamored of drama, more enamored of going home with dignity, glances at the forester and reads your paragraph out, loud as if it were already on his paper. Fines in brush accepted where road mends itself. Pavage suspended until bridges or planks appear under witness. Courtesy knots to be recognized when swallow. Tail and loosenable. Wolves to be answered with blue and red at folds. Vinegar stone kept at ferry. Bells on latches praised where quarreling declines. And he seals that temporary arrangement with a saint who has not learned to lie yet. Your hound sneezes twice, filing not cheese, acceptable on the new wax. The reader attempts one last flourish, asserting their custody of safety. And the alewife answers with a ladle that has learned to be a scepter. Custody implies nurture, not invoices. Show me where your parchment carried a plank, and I will pay you in soup. Otherwise we will pay ourselves in hinges. The bee-skep hum drops a half step into present, which is how bees vote. The clerk, perhaps remembering a mother who tied blue to a gate in lean years, folds one offending charter and places it under the vinegar bowl where it can practice humility. Fringe detail returns with ink on its hands. Some forgers scraped parchment clean with pumice and rewrote palimpsests that betray themselves in raking light. Others copied old hands, diplomatic formulas like Scient presents et futuri, giving them away when witnesses belong to another century. Scholars of diplomatics debate whether forgers aimed at fraud or at belated paperwork for customs the village already kept. And the reader reaches for that defense. Regularization, we are merely writing what everyone knows, but your ankle bones remember how fees woke at midsummer and tried to bill the air, so you say gently, then write what our wrists can point to, and we will sign with pegs, not purse. Joke 3, encouraged by daylight, proposes we engrave a motto on the hedgehog post. If you can't nail it, don't sell it. The ferryman hides a smile in his beard because he is supposed to be impartial. The ride wraps up with something like grace. Papers folded, seals wiped, schedule trimmed to avoid hay cut and kiln draw, and a promise to bring their teeth to Michaelmas to meet the justices. Teeth under the same shade, You take receipt of nothing but the air's relief and the small note the clerk writes in a hand honest enough to persuade a wet afternoon. Courtesy pass recognized. Pavage in abeyance. Brush credited. Knots to be loosenable. Reading to be at oaks not in corners. Adderstone admired but not filed. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright. As a small oath, Forester's cross. Willow slip that will come home when the fold stops hiring it. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail still a guest. Adder stone back on its nail at the post. 2 tree nails saved for commas wherever water tries a run on next. And the daisy wedge returned to your pouch with the temper of a tool that has already saved an argument. Then you walk the lane at procession pace to recheck the biting lintel and the owl doorway. Tell the guest bone it is still a neighbor, not a king, and whisper to the bees the day's verdict in A. Grammar they trust, letters read in daylight. Teeth that did not marry told to wait for court. Safety paid with pegs not coin. And a village that prefers maps drawn in feet to maps drawn in fees. Present, you say to the hedges as they pin. Sequins of dew like jurors. And the hedges, which have liked you ever since you learned to keep your breath low and your verbs soft, answer by staying where they are. The owl doorway waits the way a careful sentence waits for its last comma. And you come at procession pace because verdicts trip when ankles hurry, your pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints. Bracket. Hinge. And don't be foolish talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. 2 tree nails should any bank try a run on. The adder stone the river loaned honesty. And the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches that forget humility. The guest bone sits in its local box under the arch as agreed. Not king, neighbor on trial, a rushlight string doing modest astronomy beside it. The roster board speckled with names like stars. Widow 2 hours, boy with nettle hair 1. Rope man and dog cosigned with rind. Alewife and ladle. While bees hum a low present because you tapped the skep twice and told them the night's docket. Joke 1 offers to design a punch card 10 hours watched. 1 miracle free. You tuck the joke away before the arch hears it. The stranger who brought the bone stands smaller than his cloak and does not sell. He holds the box like a man carrying a sleeping child through a room that has the right to decide whether the child belongs here. Mainstream fact slides a sensible plank under your feet. As early as 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council forbade the public display or translation of relics without episcopal authentication. Bishops issued authentics and seals, and shrines kept inventories. Saints' bodies and fragments traveled with letters of witness. Whether these rules were obeyed inland under hedges as faithfully, as in cathedrals historians still debate. Some read diocesan statutes and see discipline, others read satire and see commerce with incense. You have seen both in one cloak. You begin the final weighing the way you begin crossings. Soft verbs, no proud light, whole hand greetings. Each watcher tells what happened during their hour the previous nights without auditioning for sainthood. The widow says she slept and did not dream her dead, but also that the bell on her latch chewed worry, so she credits both. The beater says his cough minded its manners during the rostered hour, and then misbehaved at dawn as if jealous of attention. The boy with nettle hair says the box made the mice walk politely around the chest, which the clerk calls anecdote and the hound calls not cheese. Acceptable. The alewife declares the rushlight string did more for the green's mood than any bone has done since harvest, which is praise of moons, not of mortuary. Fringe detail swishes in its shawl and refuses to be left out. Some shrines reported manna, oily exudations, from saints' tombs. Saint Walburga's name turns up on small vials of oil. Saint Nicholas at Bari exuded myron, a fragrant liquid bottled for pilgrims. whether such substances came from stone, condensation, or faith's chemistry is debated and delicious to argue. Your parish has no oil, only broth, and you prefer it. You look the bone in the face, which here means you look at glass until you can see yourself looking back. And you ask quietly for the last evidence that matters, how many hands found ease when they were busy being hands. The face carver steps forward, paints sawdust on the air with one hand, and says he kept watch because he owed his name to the box. Wood told him nothing, which is Wood's way with strangers. But the roster made two boys sit still long enough to learn the daisy on your staff by touch. His vote, box useful, bone and proven. The ferryman raps his or once, gavel that never went to school, to say the river prefers hinges. The forester points with his whole hand, not his finger, toward the map you have been rehearsing as toll for weeks, because the court under oaks will ask to see nouns with boot prints, hedgehog post prickled with nails and rushlight moons, bell on latch thresholds that chew worry, biting lintel that changes pace into policy, causeway ribs that hum since commas took up residence, vinegar bowl, the patience stone, that teaches coins to bathe before hands. Blue and red at the fold where wolves red manners before appetite. Yellow in swallowtail that reads guest not bond. The bone belongs in that sentence only if it learns to behave like a verb, not an invoice. Historians still debate whether the cult of saints, primarily redistributed care, alms, hospitality, hospitals, or extracted coin with a harvest of pewter badges. Some read miracle books and find solace. Others read account rolls and find seasonal, retail. Both may be true depending on who held the ladle. You put the ladle in the archer's hand. Joke 2 suggests an intermediate sentence. Keep the bone on probation as acting neighbor, with quarterly performance reviews and complimentary vinegar. The owl doorway smirks in stone and you decline bureaucracy in favor of grammar. The roster takes its last hour. The bee woman, the rope men, you, quiet as a kiln between breaths. You do not test the bone with theater. You test the village with courtesies. A bowl passed from 6 paces. A child taught the color alphabet at the hedgehog post. A pilgrim steered toward the patient stone and the song for distance. The bone neither flowers nor sweats. It allows itself to be boring while instructions do their useful ballet around it, which, to be fair, is a decent miracle these days. Dawn files a copper edge on the beech leaves, and the clerk arrives with lap board and cuttlefish pounce and draws a daisy in the margin because thinking likes petals. He writes, roster kept, no marvels demanded, ease reported in the company of broth, bells, rushlight, no theatricalities, stranger honest when pressed. He looks at you, the village looks at you, the bees hum present. The hound sneezes twice for neutrality. You choose. The box stays. The bone travels. You say it to the arch as if dictating minutes. To an old secretary, box local, made by hands we can knock on. It will keep a guest again. Adder stone today and, on days the river's in a mood, the ferryman's tally when he must leave his red thread with a friend. It will also keep names of the sick on a slip folded like a pilgrim badge and tied with blue, red, and green, so hope can be carried in company without needing glass. The bone goes with a letter that tells what happened without embroidery. No miracles performed on command. Some eases noted where soup, rest, and bells agreed to help. Your village pays its debts in pegs and breath, not coin. If the bone likes work better than headlines, it will find employment elsewhere. Otherwise, it should seek a bishop who can teach it papers. The stranger's shoulders release a notch. He thanks you for not stripping him of dignity. With your decision, he accepts rope men as escort to the next market where a priest with good memory visits. He accepts the alewife's gift of 2 rushlights and a kettle blessing that sounds like a recipe. He accepts the ferryman's map told in verbs. He declines triumph, which is exactly right. Mainstream truth adds one more plank so the arch can be a classroom. Pilgrims wore pewter badges. Becket's head, St. James's shell, melted later into amulets or stitched into hats. Some badges ended in rivers where archaeologists now fish up pewter maps. Whether your parish ever buys such badges is a future rumor. Today you issue a different badge, a small thread braid of blue, red, and green knotted round his wrist with your swallowtail yellow for the road, courtesy in lieu of hire. Fringe lore swings by with a ribbon on its hat. A woman swears a scrap of altar cloth tied to a lamb's leg protects it from stoats. Another swears her aunt's pest jacket for bread dough kept fever off the family. You write both in a museum card titled encouraging but not for court and pin it under the arch for laughter to read. The face carver removes the tiny fish breath notch he had hidden under the lid. Insurance against an exit too proud and transfers it to the arch's inner lip where ankles will feel instruction at the right height. The clerk seals your letter with a blob of wax you have watched cure into a mannered saint. The hound inspects the seal and files not cheese acceptable. Joke 3 tiptoes in. Small and edible. It proposes carving into the arch miracle's welcome. Receipts preferred. The owl doorway, who has read Latin without boasting since stones learned vowels. Approves the sentiment if not the font. You walk the stranger as far as the biting lintel and the hedgehog post. You recite the map one last time. Pay the ferryman in words. Tie one rushlight high like a borrowed moon for his first mile. And teach him the loosening knot that means he owes no winter to anyone's sleeve. The bees receive the news with the grave attention of accountants. Bone traveling, box employed. Names to be kept in neat hands. And the skeps hum settles into the register you call lawful. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip stubbornly promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints supervising punctuation. Yellow swallowtail still courteous. Adder stone back on its nail, 2 tree nails for commas on any bank that gets ideas, daisy wedge in your pouch, and you add a new thing, a box that now keeps practical sacraments. Adder stone, tally, names on slips. Sometimes a bell briefly while a child learns to hang it. And that will sit under the owl doorway like a modest liturgy of neighborliness. The final weighing ends with no trumpet. Only the smallest of approvals. Water walking quietly past the post, bees telling bees, rushlight moons shrinking graciously in day, the arch deciding the room is better when every guest remembers how to earn the chair. When the justices in air sit under oaks, you will bring the letter and the box, not to dazzle, to show how you kept hope from becoming invoice. And if they ask for miracles, you will point to ankles that lift at the lintel without stumbling, pigs that count correctly with bells, wolves that read color, a causeway that hums commas, and a village that learned to let a bone go without losing its nerve. You set out at procession pace with the morning still folding its napkin, the hedgehog ferry post behind you blinking its rushlight moons to memory, the clerk's psalter of proofs tucked in his sleeve, and the cargo that passes for your parish's heraldry, or varnished by verdicts. A toad of tree nails like pocket commas, the vinegar bowl, the patience stone, shining like a small obedient moon, the face carver's plank that bites worry into chewable pieces, the bell woman's latch bell for doors that forget their manners, and your staff braided with the color alphabet, blue for boundary, red for law and water, green for work that must pass even when breath wants hedges, yellow cut swallowtail so posted men can read. Guest not bond. Your pockets take attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in. Offense. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. Adder stone on a thong to lend daylight a peephole. 2 tree nails in reserve. And the carpenter's daisy wedge in case any bench or temper lists on the way. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the little caravan flows into the lane. Ankles remembering the Kyrie key that kept the Pete polite. Breath counting the miles in 40s the ferryman taught you. 40 heartbeats at crossings, not coin, toll paid in tempo. Joke one trots alongside and proposes a travel slogan. Visit our air, now with 30% more courtesy. You stamp it with Saint Don't Be Foolish and let the day keep its plain clothes. The forester ranges like a sentence that keeps its verbs close. Posting rope men at forks the way a weaver posts pegs on a frame. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files air reports, not cheese acceptable, then sneezes twice to note that someone carries rue and clove, the barber's pocket planet against fevers. The alewife balances the patient's stone in her hands like a censor that prefers vinegar to smoke and instructs the children to play the apple toss again, so hands learn to throw food rather than pass it. The coracle man walks his walnut boat overland with dignity, because miracles of balance travel by foot when rivers are elsewhere. Mainstream fact lays a plank under your pace. Justices in air were royal circuits that sat to view vert and venison, to hear purprestures and assarts, to tally trespasses of panage, estovers, turbary. Verdeyers and regarders presented the forest state. Juries swore, fines walked into rolls. In some years, the air was conservation in a crown's voice. In others, taxation with antlers embossed. And historians still debate whether the balance leaned toward stewardship or appetite. Your answer will be brush and hinges carried in public, not hopes whispered in corners. At a muddy dip you meet a line of geese walking like dignitaries in socks. Their feet shine tar black and gritty, and the drover lifts his switch in greeting. Quirky detail bows into the road. Geese driven to Michaelmas markets had their feet tarred and sanded to toughen them for miles. Little shoes you could renew at Brooks. He grins and says his flock knows the law of hedges better than some men in sleeves. The bell on your latch rings once, choir practice for civility, and the children chant the color alphabet to the geese until the flock looks briefly like an audience. The first posted men you meet wear better habits than last month's cousins. They see your yellow swallow tail, read courtesy not chain, and lower their clappers in relief. The younger one asks to examine your knot, he likes knots more than law. And you teach him the press and slip that loosens without speeches. He grins like a boy with a puzzle that forgives. Your forester says mildly, keep that stitch for guests. Not wages, and you pass with your ribbons still yours. The lane lifts and drops where last winter's floods edited grammar. You set the face carver's plank across a ditch where tired ankles tried litigation last year. Bite mouth facing west. Fish breath notch under leaf where toes can feel the instruction without being scolded. The clerk writes on his traveling board, plank set, and you feel how the verb sits taller than any speech. At a spring where rags have been tied to ask the water to remember people. You tie one fresh thread of blue, red, and green, custom you can explain without a sermon, and the bees you told at dawn trail you in a curiosity that feels like blessing. You tap the skep you brought twice to keep the contract. Bees must be told of births, deaths, lawsuits, and journeys, and their hum drops into present, which is a reasonable legal category for hymns. Joke 2 offers tonight the vinegar bowl 4. Services to patience. The bowl declines with admirable humility, preferring to be a stone that teaches coins to bathe. At the ford the river ruminates, brown and busy. The fascines you set last week asterisk the bank. Commas holding the sentence while the snag you demoted to humility lies farther downstream like a retired bully. The ferryman claims his toll, the map, and you pay in nouns braided to adverbs that carry distances, present gently, lift here, step wide, breathe long. He answers with a figure 8 yes and adds that he will vouch you at the oak if anyone asks how you learned to spend breath as currency. Fringe lore wanders out of the reeds wearing a history it swears is true. There is a mermaid's grave upstream where a hold stone lies, and children swear peering through it shows you who tells honest tallies. Whether hold stones do justice or simply make men feel scientific is debated by uncles. You hang your adder stone where judges can borrow the same lens and call it, with a straight mouth, an exhibit for humility. You meet another parish at the next hedge. A rope of women carrying a wheel rim wrapped in straw. It is an old midsummer trick gone respectable. A wheel that once would have burned now turned into a banner that says we learned not to outshine the moon in lean years. They trade you a song for your map and incidentally for your patient stone's recipe. And you walk a while like parallel lines praying to meet at the oak. Mainstream truth adds one more plank to steady tempers, livery and maintenance, in retainers' badges. Favors and private justice drew statutes in the 14th and 15th centuries that tried to quiet sleeves when they shouted. Whether those laws tamed affinity politics or simply taught it, better manners is a quarrel still alive in ink. Your ribbon swallowtail is your answer, a badge that loosens when tugged. When the road tries one last prank, a beach down across the lane like a sentence that forgot its verb. You do not wait for parchment to give you permission. The face carver chooses a clean section for a bench at the oak. The forester notches and levers. Rope men hum the tune that moves logs without breaking opinions. The alewife adjudicates with ladle, awarding soup to verbs first, to nouns when they stop posing. The clerk writes, bench salvaged, which is poetry disguised as inventory. The Reeves lemon stays asleep. He lifts instead a scoop the miller swore on and offers to carry it so the court will know which side of scales your parish prefers. You let him because progress deserves hands, not just applause. The hound sneezes twice and files a note. Someone upwind has pomander ambitions but poor execution. You loan your pocket planet to an elder who looks worried and she smiles into it as if nursery smells were a portable chapel. A steward's man meets you near the last stile with a schedule trimmed since yesterday. Reading it like a confession that learned to be useful, presentations at the King's Oak after tierce. Proofs by witness and tool, pavage claims to be heard with bridges under them not above. He admires the bell on latch and the patient's stone as if surprised by furniture's jurisdiction. You let him carry the bell for 3 breaths so that sound can teach his wrist the law. Joke 3, late and polite, suggests we hang a sign at the oak. If you can't nail it, don't sell it, and the ferryman, who maintains a stern neutrality even on good days, hides a smile in his beard. The last mile conducts itself like a psalm. Hedges beaded with dew like punctuation learned manners, the color alphabet bright in the braid on your staff, bees playing a chord you have decided to call lawful. You stop at 3 waymarks because maps like goodnight kisses before court morning. The biting lintel gets a sweep of palms to remind ankles that dignity begins at doors. The boundary stone with the beast gets a second no written in the smallest possible script, legible to knees but not to pride. The owl doorway receives the box you kept, the local reliquary now a cabinet for practical sacraments. Adder stone, tally if ever the ferryman must leave his red thread in trust, slips of names tied in blue, red, and green for the sick who prefer soup to prophecy. Inventory because habit beats weather, ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath, forester's cross. Willow slip promising tomorrow, 3 bent saints happy to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone suspended where daylight can borrow its hole. 2 tree nails ready to become commas if the river additions another run on. Daisy wedge for benches that forget level, patient stone polished by hands that mean it. And a bell that has learned to make quarreling shy. When you finally see the King's Oak, huge as a sermon you trust because it prefers shade to shouting, you do not hurry. You breathe the length of a kyrie, set the salvaged bench where roots want a listener, teach the latch bell to ring like a welcome not a warning, and lay tree nails and oar and plank on grass like a sentence building toward sense. Tomorrow rods and robes will sit and the forest will ask what you have carried to the common table. Tonight you bring breath for toll and furniture for proof, and you sleep near the oak's dusk with bees for jurors and a hound for clerk, confident that a map drawn in feet can speak Latin when asked, provided the questions arrive in daylight. The king's oak stands like a sentence old enough to have edited itself, roots reading the subsoil for precedent, crown making shade generous enough to count as due process. And you come at procession pace because ankles make better witnesses when verbs are gentle, your pockets taking attendance, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence, 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain, adder stone for humility's peephole, 2 tree nails for commas if any bank tries a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge to level benches or tempers as the court requires. The rods are set, verdeers sit with their badges, regarders behind them smelling of moss and inventories, a clerk with cuttlefish pounce and quills quick as wasps, and a justice whose voice arrives like a low bell, kind enough to be heard, hard enough to make wood straighten. The ferryman lays his oar on the grass like a calm gavel. The face carver sets his plank where tired ankles invent litigation. The bellwoman hangs the latch bell on a post so the day will ring yes instead of oops. The alewife cleans the vinegar bowl, the patient stone, until it shines like a small, obedient moon. The rope men stand as wicker, not wall. The reeve, astonishingly lemonless, stands with the miller's sworn scoop. The boy with nettle hair holds the little board for names and hours. The hound, chief fragrance officer, sits by your knee and files the air as not cheese acceptable. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the forester opens with the map the ferryman has demanded nightly as toll, recited now in a key that suits oaks. Hedgehog ferry post prickled with nails and rushlight moons. Bell on latch thresholds that chew worry. Biting lintel lane that turns pace into policy. Causeway ribs that hum since treenail commas. Vinegar bowl that teaches coins to bathe before hands. Blue and red at the fold so wolves read manners before appetite. Yellow cut swallowtail that means guest not chain. And a local box under the owl doorway that keeps sacraments of neighborliness. Adderstone, tally and trust, slips of names for soup, not miracles on invoice. Mainstream fact sits down on a root with tidy authority. Forest heirs took pleas of vert and venison. Heard Purprester's encroachments and Assart's clearings. Attached offenders before verdeers, then immersed them under green wax. Dogs near the forest were sometimes lawed, claws cropped to the depth of 3 barleycorns, so deer might live their biographies. Whether such measures conserved woodland and game or merely protected hunt and revenue is a quarrel historians still sharpen. The justice nods at the bead, then at you show us nouns. You do. You lay tree nails on the grass, tap them together until the click that sounds like truth. You set the plank across a shallow where argument would otherwise gather. You present the patient stone and let coins bathe under witnesses. You ring the latch bell and it declines to summon drama. You raise the oar and retell the river's testimony. Fascines asterisking the bank. Snag led to humility. 40 heartbeats for toll. Joke 1 clears its throat and offers to rename the session furniture versus fees. You keep it in your pocket because humor, like wax, behaves best when warmed by patience. The ride's clerk opens his packet and tries again with paper that wishes for shadows. The justice orders daylight and bees. The clerk produces a chirograph with married teeth that do not kiss. The face carver, respectful as a joiner to a wounded dovetail, murmurs that one edge learned its alphabet from a different knife. The justice, who knows wood enough to be dangerous, asks for the twin, reads the quarrel in the scallops, and sets both halves under the patience stone to cool. Mainstream truth adds another plank while ink sulks. Livery of season once transferred land by clod or twig before witnesses. Daylight and dirt outranked signatures. Whether charters later replaced that honest handful or merely learned to imitate it, is still argued. Your oar on grass and pegs in hand vote for the handful. The boy with nettle hair is called to speak. He recites hue and cry through hazel without polishing the verbs. The rope men testify to their conversion, toll to wicker, learning the color alphabet and the loosening knot that refuses to turn winter into a contract. The hound sneezes twice, which the clerk, against his training, records as a neutral audit. The justice hears wolves and lifts a brow. The forester answers with ribbons, blue and red at the fold, bells counted, pigs persuaded into paragraphs. No lost children, no lost lambs. And the rope men, who once wore yellow that hired wrists, now point to your swallowtail ribbon and explain guest, courtesy, and the knot that loosens when pulled wrong. Quirky detail pads in and refuses to be left. Outside, the miller holds up the scoop he swore on and describes the kiln sleeping like a disciplined dragon since the clamp learned no proud light. He admits to tarring a few geese feet for the Michaelmas drive because dignitaries deserve shoes, and the justice, who is also a man with appetites, permits himself to imagine supper without fining the imagination. The clerk with pounce enumerates presentments. 2 assarts confessed and mended in brush. 1 per presture a hedge creeping corrected with color and children bumped at the stone. Shaved tally ribs reconciled under leaves. 1 boundary stone moved and returned with a small daisy wheel, and the word no cut beside a beast who forgot its manners. He pauses at no, coughs, and adds as reminded by Parrish. The justice's mouth does not smile, but the oak leaf above it does. Historians still debate the weight of custom proved. Did heirs genuinely admit parish grammar when carried by feet and witnesses, or did they nod at custom before the green wax swallowed coin? Some rolls praise perambulation, others price it. Your oak today smells like a place that might praise and price in the same breath. You choose to spend nouns. The ride's reader tries one last professional flourish, a schedule of escorts payable in coin that falls on haymaking like hail, but the ferryman answers with tempo. 40 heartbeats in fog, names taken at 6 paces, vinegar stone polished, rushlight moons strung like beads. The justice says, as if to a nephew he likes, safety paid in hinges and time will be credited where bridges are evident and fees are shy. The beekeeper taps the skep twice because bees must be told new law the instant it thinks of itself, and the hum drops a half step into present, which is the only verdict bees will sign. You feel the court beginning to collect itself around furniture. The alewife lays out a bowl and ladle at 6 paces, and the clerk, who earlier loved fees, counts mouths in columns like a man who has just met inventory's kinder cousin. Joke 2, careful and small, proposes awarding the bees honorary chairs on the jury. The justice declines with a motion of the wrist that could be a blessing, could be an itch. The face carver, seeing tempers level, sidles to the bench and, without sermon, sets his daisy wedge under one short leg. The table stops listing and the session's grammar improves. The clerk scribbles bench leveled by parish tool, then looks embarrassed to have written poetry. The justice asks for your yellow knot. You hold it up with swallowtail visible and teach the press and slip that loosens without speeches. The clerk from the ride tests it and nods despite himself. The justice says for the day, recognize courtesy passes in this cut where guest bears pegs, bells, maps, and work, not writs. No man to be retained at wrist by ribbon winter long unless he writes his name on winter with consent. Mainstream bead places one more sensible weight on the table. Finds of the forest were under green wax, distinct from the exchequer's red. Verdier's juries presented, and attachments held offenders till the heir. Whether amerciaments were calibrated mercy or opportunist revenue is live ink. Your parish invites calibration by brush counted in public. You take your turn to speak the patient stone's recipe and the apple toss game that taught distance. A steward's man blinks at the idea of a game revised for plague tempo and writes it down like a contraption. The justice allows that rules which keep hands modest while mouths are fed are rules that own their gentlemanliness. The rope men produce the split chirograph haves you gathered under leaves. The justice orders them kept for Michaelmas, where teeth will be compared in company of older teeth. Until then, pavage claims to nap unless joined to visible timber. A buzz of yes moves through leaves like a small weather. The clerk flips to dogs and asks, eager for his one mischievous statute, whether the village has law dogs near deer. You point to the hound, whose claws are righteous and whose job description is cheese audit and worry deterrence, not deer insult. The forester says, without smiling, that lawing is for palaces, manners for parishes. The justice writes manners sufficient. Quirky detail claps from the hedge. A child brings the adder stone and asks the justice to peer through it. Before he signs, he does, the whole lending daylight a frame. He says, not unkind, exhibits that teach humility may remain at posts, provided they do not build a crown. Historians still debate whether these benches ever learned anything from toys and tools, or whether such moments were parish theater. The oak above you writes in leaf that theater which fixes ankles is a kind of law. Joke 3 comes late and polite, offering to embroider a motto on your swallowtail. If you can't nail it, do not sell it. The justice hears it anyway and pretends he did not, which is a courteous way of saying he agreed an inch, and would like not to be quoted. The session lifts like a yoke taken by 4 shoulders instead of 2. Nothing final falls. Michaelmas promises more teeth, but much provisional clarity lands properly. Courtesy passes recognized. Brush credited where bridges visible. Vinegar stone lawful. Bell on latch praised. Bench leveling complimented as ingenious moderation. Wolves to be answered with blue and red. Moving stones to be fined only when moved without children's knees. False pavage to wait under the patient's stone until teeth meet before bees. You inventory because habit makes courage cheap. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip counting today while promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints supervising punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone returned to its nail for any clerk whose eyes need peacemaking. 2 tree nails ready if the river additions mischief. Daisy wedge that has already improved grammar. And you pass your whole hand across the grass as if blessing nouns, or plank, bell, bowl, pegs. The justice rises with the weight of a man who will write reasonable ink when he sits. The bees hum their minute. The hound awards the air one last sneeze. And you, having taught furniture to speak Latin politely, step back at procession pace, confident that under this oak the map you carried in your mouth has become something courts can hear without bruising. You bring the stone as if escorting a stubborn sentence back to its claws. Slung in a rope cradle, the rope men plated with the care of men who now prefer wicker to toll. And you come at procession pace because verdicts like to see ankles practicing good grammar. Your pockets take attendance. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail not you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge in case benches or pride forget level. And the king's oak regards you with that benevolent boredom old trees used to discourage theater. The boundary stone sulks handsomely on the grass, fresh beast cut upon it, a heraldic hound that learned its manners from wax, not from fields, your own tiny daisy peeking from the crown. And the littlest word you added beside the beast's mouth, no, neat as a clerk's conscience. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and tell the court what happened in the language that saved ankles and causeways, lifted from seat by hurry and sleeves, tracked by bark scar and children's knees, found in a dip rehearsing arrogance, brought home with levers and pebbles for consonants beneath it, returned to its chair, and taught to speak with neighbors by adding a daisy on top and a small no where pride used to live. The justice, who yesterday made benches behave by listening like wood, nods you to the root that serves as witness box, and you place nouns on grass like exhibits, pebble wedges that keep a stone from wandering in wet, the little hammer the face carver used for the daisy, the hazel rods blue and red that called wolves to manners at the fold, the boy with nettle hair's knuckles, still pink from the bump that makes memory legal. Mainstream fact sits down without flourishes. Boundary marks, maristones, were cut with crosses or parish signs, set at corners and along balks. Perambulations read them aloud with rods, and psalms so memory lived in bodies. Court rolls list mirrors and meaths, and suits over stones removed multiply in centuries. That enjoyed argument, whether every beast or badge on a stone signaled lordly ambition, or just a mason's local shorthand varies by shire. You let the fact breathe because it will need lungs when sleeves try to argue that carving a dog makes a kennel out of your parish. The rides clerk cannot help himself. He admires the carving. He is a person under his sleeve, then remembers his job and pretends admiration is policy. He reads a line about marks of custody, and your forester answers with the quiet that wolves obey. Custody of safety belongs to whoever brings brush and pegs when water additions mischief. Custody of borders belongs to whoever can walk them in slippers and name them in daylight. Your beast may stand, but it will learn a second language, ours. Joke 1 arrives with its boots clean and offers to open a graphic design review of the beast, ears too proud. Tale 2 in voice. You keep the joke in your pocket because the oak prefers verbs to critique. The face carver, chisel wrapped like a spoon, explains that erasing the beast would be theater and a dare while keeping it under a daisy is householding. He taps the crown once and the leaf shadow applauds. He points out the little fish breath notch you scratched on the hedge side. Instruction for toes so knees need not hold court every afternoon. You ask 3 children to tap the top with their knuckles, 1, 2, 3, so tomorrow has witnesses with kneecaps rather than parchments. Fringe detail peers over the hedge with burrs and a grin, and refuses to go home until heard. Some villages kept cuckoo stones where people swore spring would be trapped if you covered the stone on the right night. Others claim certain stones walk to the river to drink at midnight on midsummer. Whether stones travel or villagers do is a jurisprudence for poets. You file the rumor under encouraging but not for court and tuck it under the patient stone to cool. The clerk tries another paragraph, filled with teeth. You hold up your adder stone and invite him to read through its hole. He does, sighs, and admits that daylight edits hurry. The justice, amused without smiling, permits the adder stone as an exhibit for humility provided no one invoices the crown for optics. Mainstream truth lays another plank that pleases the oak. In many shires stones bore incised crosses to mark tithing's limits. Some carried initials or house marks like little runes, not always heraldry. Whether later heraldic beasts on stones were intimidation, administration, or simple pride is still debated. Diplomatics versus dirt, rolls versus ankles. You stand with ankles. You argue to keep the beast as lesson, not leash. Let children learn to say not yours, not mine. Ours while touching a no that does not bark. Let travelers read Daisy before dog and understand that this parish talks in pegs and bells, before it listens to seals. Let the beast be embarrassed by good company until it behaves. Joke 2 leans in the way small jokes do and suggests scratching a flea on the beast's ear as illegal. Footnote: you decline embellishment and keep the no modest. The justice's mouth considers a smile and decides to be professional. The ferryman raps his or once. Gavel that never went to school and adds the river's testimony. Stones that sit properly keep water from arguing with grain. Moved stones make banks practice mischief. He offers 40 heartbeats of silence at the stone now for the court to feel the parish's pace. They take it, which is how you know this bench can learn. The reeve, lemonless and therefore courageous, presents the list the clerk wrote on his lapboard. Stone gone, bark scar noted, children bumped. Beast found fresh, daisy cut, no added, pebbles seeded, hedge nicked fish breath. He reads without theater, and the miller's sworn scoop lies beside his hand like punctuation for humility. Historians still debate enclosure's genealogy. Did small adjustments like a beast on a stone grow into hedges that bit commons, or did those hedges sprout from other weather entirely? Will law ambition? Some read complaint literature and see one long theft. Others read manorial by laws and see negotiated fences. Either way, your village intends to write borders in participles, not in possessives, being walked, being greeted, being taught. The justice reaches down, palm on the crown as if taking a pulse, then asks for cost. The rope men answer brush pledged and labor counted as fee. The alewife adds soup columns. How many bowls became hinges this quarter? The clerk calls it irregular kindness in his margin and looks surprised to like the phrase. Bees are told with 2 taps and their hum drops a half step into present, which is the only verdict bees will sign without counsel. Quirky detail arrives clean for once. A woman says her great-grand tied a blue thread at a spring every time the parish set a stone right, so the water would not drift into poor memory. The justice allows blue thread so long as thread never bills travelers. You propose tying one today from daisy to hedge nick. The rope men oblige and the line between flower and notch looks like a polite handshake. The ride's reader, who has learned the trick of not being the villain when there is an easier good on offer, suggests entering the stone as proved by perambulation and witness. Beast retained as caution with parish daisy superior. The justice refines it, beast tolerated where daisy and no are visible. Moving stones to be fined only when moved without knees in daylight. Perambulation to be sung again at rogation with. Children bumped light and laughter heard. He seals the note under green wax and the hound sneezes twice. Not cheese acceptable, for the record. Joke 3 very small and edible. Proposes writing on your swallowtail ribbon guest of the parish. Please pet gently. You decline embroidery but teach the press and slip not again for a verderer whose face suggests he remembers being young. Mainstream bead sets one more sensible weight. Some stones carried the names of fields that outlived lords, hairclothes, oxlay, long furlong, vernacular titles that kept maps honest. Whether kings or hedges survived longer is still argued. But field speech is tough. You invite the clerk to write the stone's name as Daisy Beast and he does, half scandalized, half relieved to be accurate. The face carver slides the daisy wedge under the court table's shy leg so decisions won't slant. The bench levels. The day's grammar improves. The justice notices and chooses to be the sort of man who thanks a tool with silence. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still on loan to a fence that promises to return it. 3 bent saints supervising punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone back on its nail for any clerk who needs a smaller sky. 2 tree nails ready to become commas on any bank that fancies a run on. Daisy wedge warm from teaching a bench manners. And then you bless nouns with your whole hand. Stone seated, daisy speaking, beast instructed, hedge nicked, blue threaded, knees bumped, bees told. When the oak dismisses you, shade settling like a seal that prefers patience. You walk the lane at procession pace, past the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, past the owl doorway where the local box holds practical sacraments, past the hedgehog post with rushlight. Moons that do not boast. The stone remains behind you, not your master, not your toy, but your pupil with homework, and the village, which has finally learned to set pronouns carefully, practices the sentence you taught it under leaves. Not yours, not mine, ours, daisy first, beast instructed, and borders kept by feet. The posted men wait where the lane becomes an argument, fork, turf mashed shiny by choices. And you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Your pockets taking attendance, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, the adder stone on a thong for humility's peephole, 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run on, the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list, and the yellow ribbon cut swallowtail at your wrist, knotted in the press and slip that loosens without speeches, courtesy, not chain. They have built a little stage out of habit, a plank across a ditch where tired ankles litigate, and they wear their sleeves like punctuation marks that want to become grammar. One carries a ledger fussy as a robin. One carries a whistle that does not belong to any century yet. And one carries a coil of winter ribbon, plain yellow without swallowtail, the kind that likes to hire wrists for a season and forget to unhire them. You lift your whole hand. No pointing pricks, and offer the map toll the ferryman demands every dusk. Because posted men learn faster when stories teach the lane its manners. Hedgehog post with rushlight moons and nails that stand for vows, bell on latch thresholds that chew worry, biting lintel that turn pace into policy, causeway ribs that hum since tree nails taught commas, vinegar bowl the patience stone, where coins bathe before hands, blue and red at the fold where wolves read manners before appetite, and this yellow swallowtail guessed not bond. The ledger man nods like a hedge bowing to weather. The coiled ribbon man smiles the way rope smiles before a trick, and says we test today. Your ribs count in 40s the way the ferryman taught you, 40 heartbeats at crossing, not coin, and you put your wrist out with the swallowtail visible. Not sitting like a polite animal waiting to be praised or corrected. Mainstream fact sets its stool beside the ditch. Late medieval kings issued statutes against livery and maintenance. Retainers, badges, and private justice. Richard II, then Edward IV in 1468, later Henry VII fining nobles for too many badges, trying to quiet sleeves when they shouted. Whether those laws tamed affinity politics or merely taught it, better manners is a quarrel whose ink still dries in certain libraries. The men know this in their wrists even if their mouths prefer other verbs. They tug your knot. It loosens because you tied it to survive tugging. The swallowtail flutters the way a yellow leaf flutters to stay, not to sign away winter. The whistle man tries a smug pull. The knot yields like a door that has learned to say after you, and the rope in his pocket loses a little hope of making a salary from a parish. Joke one offers to set up a pop-up booth labeled customer success for knots we support loosening. But you keep the booth folded because the day already has enough furniture. The forester's counting stick moves like a conductor's mercy. He asks the men to tie their winter ribbon on his wrist and then on yours, and the knot they use has teeth. It eats, forgets to ask, sits like a private winter. You press and slip and it refuses you. He presses and slips and makes a face like a man biting a lemon that belongs to last month. Then he asks the whistle man to do it with your swallowtail knot. And the knot lets go the way a well-brought-up guest lets go of a chair at bedtime. The ledger man writes something difficult like courtesy recognized, and the ditch becomes less of a speech. Fringe detail arrives with burrs and bright eyes. Pilgrims knotted vows into their girdles, each not a mile, a prayer or a promise, and untied them at shrines. Whether the knots carried grace or merely kept fingers honest is a debate older than pewter. You stroke your ribbon once like a reminder that knots can count without controlling, and the bee skep you set near the hedge hums present because you tapped it twice to tell the hives that today's docket includes ribbon behavior. The coiled ribbon man, not satisfied, suggests a second trial, what happens when sleeves write whether on paper. He has a writ that pretends to escort courtesies for a fee, and he would like to tie your knot to his badge. You lift your whole hand and ask him to read it through the adderstone first. He humors you, peers through the hold pebble, and the whole obliges by making his sentences slower. He blushes the color of good news that failed entrance exam and pockets the writ like a man who will read aloud at Oaks next time. The forester introduces your color alphabet: blue boundary, red law and water, green for work that must pass even when breath wants hedges, yellow courtesy not chain, and lets the rope men recite it like a creed they built from wickering, not from wages. The whistle man, who has a child's face when he forgets to be a uniform, asks to learn the press and slip. You teach him twice, then make him teach you once, because knowledge that can't travel both ways is bad weather. Historians still debate the meaning of the collar of SS many lords wore in late medieval England, sovereign, sanctus spiritus, sable, and whether badges like that dignified service or tightened its leash. You let the debate write itself on your ribbon briefly and then unwrite, the swallowtail proving politely that some collars belong to visitors, not to winters. The ledger man attempts dignity by asking who guarantees courtesy when snow arrives. You point to nouns: hedgehog post where rushlight moons make fog borrow manners, bell on latch where doors chew worry instead of shins, vinegar bowl where coins learn to bathe before hands, causeway commas that keep carts from riding run-on into bog, and your ferryman who collects toll and map, a language that tastes like water and pegs. The ledger accepts nouns the way soup accepts. Onions, reluctant at first and then grateful. Quirky detail ambles onto the plank like a small saint in travel clothes. At mass some parishes pass the pax breed, a little tablet to kiss instead of each other. So peace travels without swapping breath. Whether it stops quarrels or just keeps them tidy is parish dependent. You offer your latch bell as a village pax for doors and the posted men. Surprised to like a sound, let it ring once. The coiled ribbon man bargains for one concession. When carts must pass in fever weather, can your yellow not ride with them and borrow the ride's horn without changing citizenship? The forester says what oaks like. Guest not bond. And you tie your swallowtail to his whistle with a thread of blue and green so the horn learns to sing hedge and work, not winter. Joke two toddles in with soft shoes and proposes. A new office, chief loosening officer. Motto undo with care. You appoint the hound by acclamation when he sneezes twice and leans against your knee, filing the air as not cheese, acceptable. The ledger man asks for hard proof. When courtesy misbehaves, when a guest tries to become a retainer, what then? You demonstrate by tying the wrong knot, plain yellow, no swallowtail, around your own wrist and then speaking the rules out loud while you untie it, which you can only do with a knife. The face carver slips his blade under the ribbon and frees you softly. You say, that is the cost of forgetting grammar. Knives and apologies. Whereas the knot we prefer apologizes itself. The clerk who came to watch from the ride writes a line that looks like poetry when he does not mean it to, not that loosens credited as witness. And the ditch stops trying to be a courtroom. Mainstream truth offers one more plank that makes the posted men glance at their sleeves. Badges and retainers could crowd a manor gate like weather. Statutes called it riot. Men called it Tuesday. Whether those companies protected the weak or only advertised muscle is a sentence historians sand and polish. Your yellow chooses to be muscle's cousin, not its child, strength that unties when asked. You propose a compact written in furniture. Not fines, you will wear the swallowtail when escorting brush for causeway, bells for latches, maps for ferries, names for soup. They will read it as guest, lend horn as needed, and attest under oaks that the knot loosened cleanly as many times as it was tugged. Any winter ribbon tied without swallowtail near your hedges will be untied by press and slip if it behaves. By knife if it forgets neighbors. They accept because your verbs arrive carrying tools. The rope men, who have learned to like usefulness better than applause, rig a demonstration at the biting lintel. 2 lanes of feet coming and going. You wear yellow, swallowtail visible. Posted men wear none. 3 times a child tugs your wrist hard, and 3 times the knot gives like a door with manners. The ledger writes loosened, 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 and the ditch loses interest in argument. Fringe lore ducks back in with a wink. Some witches, so people say, climb a witch's ladder of knotted cords to bind winds or wishes. Whether the ladder rises or the gossip does is unclear. You hang your adder stone on the hedgehog post and declare that the only ladder you climb today is 40 heartbeats long. Rungs counted in patience. The bee-skep agrees with a hum that counts like beads. The coiled ribbon man performs a small, brave thing. He unties his winter coil and asks you to cut its swallowtail. You do quietly. Then you teach him the press and slip and make him teach you back. The forester shakes his stick once like a benediction. The ferryman, who wandered up with his or pretending it was a stroll, taps the patient's stone with a coin and lets it bathe while he watches the knot behave. He pays his toll in a grin he keeps inside his beard because magistrates prefer dignity. Joke 3 arrives just when the day has earned it, small and edible. Someone suggests stitching if you can't nail it. Do not sell it along the ribbon's tail in tiny letters. You decline embroidery and keep the lesson in wrists. By dusk the lane feels less like a contract and more like a sentence. Allowed to finish. Posted men have learned to see the swallowtail and not reach for winter. You have learned to let them blow 2 short horn notes that mean guest working. The rope men have learned they can be wicker without becoming wall. The hound has filed 3 reports as not cheese acceptable. The ledger contains nouns you can live near, plank set, not loosened. Bell rung, bowl polished, map recited, children taught. And the ditch, which began the morning with theater on its mind, ends the evening content to be a place where ankles cross without litigation. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Adder stone back on its nail for any hurried eye. 2 tree nails still waiting for the river's next run on. Daisy wedge unused because pride remembered level. And the swallowtail not warm from a day of being tugged and refusing to become a chain. When you pass the owl doorway, the local box under the arch looks pleased to be keeping practical sacraments. Adder stone, tally and trust, slips of names tied blue, red, green. For a parish that has decided to speak law in furniture, you hum the kyrie in the key that convinces breath to stay kind. And the night, hearing that you have taught sleeves to read a ribbon and not eat a wrist, decides to behave like a witness rather than a rumor. Night arrives in good boots, not sneaking but stepping the hedges into order, and you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain, adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails ready to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge in case pride or bench's list. The fold waits like a sentence ready for its test. Blue and red tied at the posts where the face carver scratched the little fish. Breath underleaf so toes feel instruction without needing sermons. Bells on 2 hogs that volunteered for the choir, and a rushlight moon rigged on the hedge at eye level. No proud fire, just a modest star that remembers to say excuse me. The forester raises his counting stick the way a choirmaster raises breath. The boy with nettle hair stands with the little board to take names for soup, not suspicion. The rope men settle as wicker, not wall. The reeve arrives lemonless and therefore temporarily wise. The bell woman sets a latch bell on a gate so quarreling will feel watched. The hound, chief fragrance officer, audits the air and files not cheese. Possible wolves acceptable. You hum the Kyrie in the key that taught Pete manners and narrow your lantern slit to courtesy because proud light near animals is an insult. Joke 1 proposes you hand out programs tonight, wolves, featuring our new color policy, then remembers wolves do not read and retreats to the pocket where jokes keep their ears warm. Mainstream fact walks in wearing sensible shoes. Wolves lived across medieval Europe. Kings set bounties and ordered wolf hunts, pits and hooks baited with meat, and wolf heads were claimed for pay. In England they likely vanished by the late Middle Ages, though the dates vary by shire, while in France and the East they lingered stubborn as weather, and parish accounts list payments for louveterie wolf officers. And for watchers at lambing, whether wolves chiefly menace flocks or also worried people is entangled with rabies spikes in chronicles and with hunger years that make pens dramatic. Historians still debate how often wolves attacked humans without disease. Some annals write wolves like punctuation after plague. Others whisper that fear makes antlers and fangs larger on paper than in fields. You prefer policy over panic and have tied your argument in blue and red. The first howl arrives like a hand cupped to a mouth at a polite distance. The flock answers with a chord that wants to be brave, and the hog bells mutter 2 notes that sound like a clerk adding a column. Acceptable, and the hound lifts his muzzle, sneezes the auditor's code for complication, and leans against your knee so your shin remembers the price of bravery is warmth. You lift your whole hand, no pointing. Pointing pricks, and the forester echoes the gesture. The rope men open a hush the size of a field, and in that hush you perform the experiment you promised the oak, blue and red as grammar for teeth. 1 ribbon hangs at head height where a wolf would test the fence. 1 lower where a curious paw would breach. The color wobbles like a berry in a hedgebird's mind. The bells murmur the law into the dark. Fringe detail pads in with burrs and insists on being heard. Shepherds in some places swore by wolf charms. Iron keys under a threshold, St. Egidius whispered at lambing, or cakes shaped like wolves burned on Candlemas, while others swore by slinging stones with a leather loop or by letting a donkey sleep in with the sheep because donkeys take insults personally. Whether charms or long ears work better is a debate best conducted in daylight. You offer this night a mixture. Bells, blue, red, a donkey named Mistress Industries, and a prayer small enough not to embarrass God. A shape moves along the hedge like a clause searching for its verb. Another answers at an angle. The hound does not bark because barking is expensive and should be billed to crisis. He breathes in syllables and tells you, too, not hungry enough to be foolish. The forester sets his stick down and lets it be a post. You follow by setting your staff daisy under thumb. Breath lengthened to the causeway key. You have learned this trick. When people stop behaving like chase, wolves stop behaving like chasers. The first shadow reaches the lower ribbon. Pauses, noses blue, folds its pace into a new sentence, and slinks along instead of through. The second test's read, sits, thinks you can hear the thinking in the grass's change of mind, and also slides sideways. The bells do their too soft note policy. Mistress Industries erects both ears and edits the silence with one deliberate step that says, "Not tonight." You imagine a clerk under oaks writing it as wolves chose to read. Joke 2 peeks out and offers to certify the fold as a school for remedial predators. You sign the certificate with a grin you keep behind your teeth because humor must be fed but not allowed to. Put its feet on the table. Mainstream Bead sets another plank while you watch. Shepherds used night penning and watching folds, taking shifts with dogs and poles. Pitchforks and torches belong to paintings more than to payroll. Bells on cattle and swine appear in inventories. There are statutes about stray dogs and about men who course deer with hounds, fines of green wax measuring anger and appetite. Whether dogs were lawed, claws cut to protect deer, or whether that was more palace than parish, is one of those lines scholars love to worry. Your hound keeps his claws because he audits cheese, not venison. The wolves circle once more, annoyed by bells that do not panic and by color that refuses to be a toy. One gives up with a dramaturgical sigh and a polite sneeze. The other raises a paw in a gesture that could be prayer, could be mud, then turns its night into another parish and leaves you with sheep so bored they start chewing a sermon toe by toe. The reeve breathes out like a man who has learned not to spend lemon on problems solved by blue. The boy with nettle hair writes a line on his little board. Wolves. Counted and counted out, and looks at you as if asking whether this will count under oaks. You nod because benches which were taught to respect pegs will respect ribbons if told calmly. Quirky detail sidles in carrying a lantern with holes shaped like eyes. In some places they hung wolf heads at crossroads as warnings. In others they danced with masks at Shrovetide, mock wolves prancing so children could laugh fear smaller. Whether such theater made wolves fewer or storms kinder is unclear, but laughter that does not crow can be offense. You allow yourself a small, edible joke with the hog bells and they oblige by ringing a rhythm that sounds like kitchen confidence. You and the forester perform the second half of the test, open the fold's wicket, take 3 steps out, stand like furniture, let color and bells speak without hands. The wolves have already chosen another sentence for their evening. A fox arrives instead, tail writing gossip, and learns in one efficient lesson that bells make pork into prose and that blue means this way lies boredom. The ferryman arrives at the hedge out of habit, rivers like audits, and taps his or lightly on a post because gavels need not wear wigs. He takes his toll, the map in your mouth, and you pay with the new line you earned tonight. Fold blue and red. Wolves chose manners. Bells turned pigs into paragraphs. Donkey taught punctuation, and 40 heartbeats worth of patience replaced coin. He nods a figure 8 yes so neatly that dew leaps from the oar in applause. Historians still debate whether wolf extirpation was ecology or ideology, sheep and kings versus scrub and teeth, whether forests shrank wolves or wolves justified shrinking forests. Your village votes for neither slogan and both chores. Keep hedges in sentences. Keep bells honest. Keep wolves employed elsewhere doing the Lord's work of reminding deer to practice cardio. The clerk from the ride, who came to see whether your ribbon was theater, removes his hat in the educational darkness and says, almost to himself, policy that teaches teeth to read. He writes it down with cuttlefish pounce and tries not to look like a man who will share this with his mother. The alewife lifts the patient stone so coins can bathe before mouths, and the rope men serve soup across 6 paces with the apple toss game revised for night. The hound files the steam as nursery, acceptable, and leans a little harder into your knee as if collecting his stipend in warmth. The forester takes the blue from one post and reties it a thumb higher because tonight taught him exactly where wolf noses consider democracy. The face carver cuts a tiny daisy on the wicket's upper rail so knees will remember to lift even when hearts remember to slow. And you tuck a tree nail into the hinge for luck disguised as engineering. You tell the bees with 2 taps, wolves read. No injuries. Bells passed. Soup proved. And their hum drops into present like a clerk who approves the minutes. Joke 3 wanders in last and suggests, awarding the wolves a certificate of attendance, manners practicum, passing, signed by Mistress Industries. She brays once in a tone that sounds like management and everyone agrees that is enough. Ink on that subject. Inventory, because habit beats rumor. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints pleased with punctuation. Yellow swallowtail warm from being a guest, not a leash. Adder stone cold on the nail for any eye that hurries. 2 tree nails now 1 in a hinge and 1. Still waiting for a bank that tries a run on. Daisy wedge not needed because tempers and benches remembered level. Hog bells content to have been literature. Blue and red taught a lesson you can footnote under oaks without fanfare. You close the wicket with your whole hand. No clap. And the fold breathes the long breath animals take when the night has behaved. You rehearse the sentence for tomorrow's shade. Wolves in good order, not banished, taught. Color recognized as policy. Bells praised. Donkey thanked. Patience credited. No coin. And you walk home at procession pace past the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate. Past the owl doorway where the local box keeps practical sacraments. Past the hedgehog post with 3 rushlight moons tidying the dark without swagger. Humming the kyrie that convinces fear to use its inside voice while the village, hearing that even teeth can read when letters are blue and red, sleeps the kind of sleep that adds a hinge to morning. The river asks its questions in tea-brown clauses. And you answer at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Your pockets take attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails ready to become commas if any bank attempts a run on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge in case benches or pride forget level. And you narrow your lantern slit to courtesy because proud light near water is an insult. The king's oak has sent rods, clerks, and a small audience of sleeves to the ford for view. And the ferryman, gavel that never went to school, lays his or on the hedgehog post while the rope men unfurl their wicker grammar, fascines bundled tight, dead man's stakes waiting with the patience of punctuation, and a rushlight ladder ready to hang modest moons if fog rehearses drama. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and pay the toll the ferryman demands in nouns braided to adverbs that carry distance. Present gently, lift here, step wide, breathe long. Then set Saint Hinge against your palm where the face carver hid the daisy under your thumb so breath will find the key that kept Pete civil. The river chooses to testify without prompting. A freshet paws the lip of the ford, testing for bad habits, nudging yesterday's brush like a lawyer prodding a witness. The fascines hold their sentence. The causeway ribs groan once, then settle into the hum commas prefer. Joke 1 proposes we swear in the puddles. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the splash? And you tuck it away before the justice hears it and decides to like you less. Mainstream fact takes a sensible seat on a wet stone. Towns and lords in medieval Europe received pontage, temporary toll grants, to fund bridges. Many crossings kept chapels on the span or beside it, lights and Saints Christopher chief among them, welcoming travelers and collecting alms for maintenance. Coracles, basket boats still carried in Wales and the West, worked narrow waters while stone arches and timber trestles learned to live with floods. Eel weirs and fish traps littered rivers until charters, Magna Carta among them, ordered obstructions cleared so boats and fish could pass. Lists of bridge wardens turn up in accounts. Responsible for repairs the way your rope men now feel responsible for commas. The justice nods because his clerk's father swore on a bridge account once, and the beach behind him decides to breathe like an approving parish. The forester posts his stick and speaks arithmetic. Wolves obey. Hold, hold, hold. The rope men set the first line of fascines at ankle depth and the second at shin, each bundle asterisking the bank where high water likes to amend the text. The coracle man sculls like a man ironing a sentence, bow offering itself as decoy to the snag that once learned humility, and now lies downstream like a retired headline. The ferryman hums 40 heartbeats into the oar, tempo is toll, and the freshet, hearing the meter, drops one fist of mischief and takes up respectable employment as current. Fringe detail ambles down the bank with wet hems and refuses to be left out. Some parishes scratched flood marks inside church porches, dates tall as adult sorrow. So memory would know how far water likes to travel when it gets ideas. Others swore by mermaid pennies, little coins tossed at fords for luck. Rage of priests, pleasure of children. Whether such coins buy mercy or only teach rivers to enjoy glitter is debated chiefly by uncles. You prefer tree nails. The clerk from the ride, now a student of furniture, scribbles while the hound, chief fragrance officer, files the air as not cheese. Acceptable, then sneezes twice to record complication. A shoal lifting where last winter's flood edited the grammar. You slide a tree nail into the joint of brush and gravel, and the forester drives it with 3 thuds that say, like a careful sentence, stay. Historians still debate whether the multiplication of mills and their weirs worsened floods, did backed up water and altered silt turn kind rivers theatrical, or whether mills merely made peace with water that loved drama already. Some archaeologists read drowned meadow pollen and blame wheels, others point to storms and clearance. A quarrel with wet feet on both sides. Your parish votes to lower theater with brush, widen memory with marks, and accept that rivers have opinions that change even when lawyers do not. The justice calls for exhibits, and you lay nouns on gravel the way you did under the oak. The patient stone where coins bathe before hands. The latch bell that makes quarreling shy. The face carver's plank that bites worry into chewable pieces across the cart rut. The color alphabet on your staff so posted men can read guest not bond. The adder stone hung on the hedgehog post so even a confident quill can remember to peer through humility before it writes whether into law. A small coracle demonstration follows. Rope men in, rope men out, with your swallowtail not riding the hornman's wrist by loan. Press and slip taught twice and then taught back. Guest not chain. The clerk writes courtesy behaved underwater, which is poetry disguised as evidence. Joke 2 knocks on your sleeve and suggests we appoint formal legal counsel for puddles. The puddles decline representation and ask only that boots remember to slow. Mainstream bead places another plank in the current. Bridge brotherhoods, fratres pontifices, raised alms for spans in France. In England, keepers of the bridge held boxes and bought oak, iron, and stone. Statutes and writs list contributors by name. Whether such tolls and alms chiefly built mercy or merely organized revenue is a sentence scholars continue to conjugate. Your day prefers mercy that can be touched and counted. Planks that hold rushlight moons that do not boast, and children who can name stones with their knees. The freshet tries one more argument, shoving at the fascine edge where yesterday's snag left a grudge. Rope men lean. The coracle man lets the root ride his bow like a guest corrected without humiliation, and the ferryman knocks once, the gavel tap that means patience, so the crowd can hear the music of holding. The causeway answers with a sound you have learned to love. Not groan, hum. Commas working. Grammar settling. The reeve, lemonless, offers the miller's sworn scoop and says aloud the accounts you rehearsed in the barn. Brush credited. Pegs counted, rushlight nights logged. Pavage nil where bridges visible. The justice, who has been learning to like benches that level themselves, writes safety paid in hinges and time and lets the green wax nap. Quirky detail pops up like a water vole. A ferryman's daughter swears she can judge whether floods will flirt or marry by the taste of the air. Iron for temper, mushroom for apology. You do not docket mushroom under statutes, but you allow it a corner near the patience stone, which in this parish is very nearly the same respect. The beekeeper taps the skep twice because bees must be told. Freshet behaved. Knots behaved. Brush credited. No coin shouted. The hum drops a half tone into present. The only verdict bees sign. The rope men, newly ambitious in the quiet way, rig a little bridge for shins, a corduroy of offcuts. So carts won't run on into the ditch. The face carver nicks a fish breath under leaf on the rail so toes feel instruction without sermons. The clerk writes pace turned policy as if he has always lived here. You remember to speak to the river the way you speak to wolves. With verbs that, like being alive, we will visit at dusk with rushlight moons. We will count in 40s. We will carry brush like arguments that refuse to bruise. We will accept that you edit us while we edit you and call that marriage rather than litigation. Historians still debate whether parish watercourts existed in law or simply in habit. Landings as benches where oars were gavels. Rolls rarely record them, but rivers remember voices. Your ferryman votes by figure 8 yes, and your ankles remember where to lift. Joke 3, small and edible, proposes knighting 1 tree nail for services to punctuation, Sir Stay, and the forester performs the accolade with a smile the size of a barleycorn because barley feels like good jurisdiction near water. The justice concludes not with trumpet, but with a sentence that suits oaks and fords. Pavage claims to nap unless joined to timber under witness. Fish weirs to stay honest about pores wide enough for boats and eel ladders. Courtesy knots creditable in flood. Rushlight ladders lawful in fog. Maps recited as toll admitted as proof. And children to be bumped lightly at the stone come rogation so memory will have knees. You inventory because habit beats. Weather, ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip still on loan to a fence that has learned patience. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone cooling the eyes of any clerk who hurries. 2 tree nails now 1 in a comma and 1 waiting for the next run on. Daisy wedge unneeded because benches remembered level. And you walk the lane at procession pace, past the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, past the owl doorway where the local box keeps practical sacraments, past the hedgehog post with rushlight moons you straighten for evening, humming the kyrie that convinces water to use its inside. Voice, while behind you the ford, pleased that it was asked to testify in nouns rather than in noise, returns to its day job of turning both banks into neighbors. Morning arranges its ledgers across the green with a quiet neatness that would please benches. And you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, your pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain, the adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails ready to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge in case benches or pride forget level. The king's oak lends shade as if lending parchment. Rods stand like polite thorns. The clerk warms his cuttlefish pounce. The forester rests his counting stick like a staff that remembers wolves. And the ferryman lays his or on grass the way a calm gavel learns to nap. The reeve steps forward without his lemon, astonishingly, and you hear the village take the kind of breath that quilts do when winter knocks. He holds a book that would like to be scripture and is not, and he says the sentence he has been sanding at night until his tongue could stand to speak it. I would change fines for chores, coin for hinges, pavement for pegs. He sets the book down where sunlight can read it, lifts both hands, whole hand, no pointing pricks, and names what slept badly in him, the yellow sleeves that tried to bill fog, the chirograph with teeth that would not marry, the day he let shaved tally ribs call themselves true, the weeks he trusted a lemon more than neighbors. Joke one peeks from your pocket and proposes appointing the lemon as counsel for the defense. You holster it because the oak prefers verbs to garnish. Mainstream fact walks insensibly and sits. Reeves rendered the compotus at manorial audit. Stock in, stock out, works owed, works done. Under the assize of bread and ale they kept weights and measures honest and cited bakers or brewers. Ale conners or gustators tested drink, and in some towns the tester wore leather breeches, sat on a plank soaked with ale, and judged quality by how much stuck science with a sense of humor. Whether these offices chiefly protected neighbors or chiefly funded fines is something historians still debate. Some read court rolls and hear consumer care. Others hear revenue's shoes creaking on the stairs. The clerk nods at the bead and at the breeches with the expression of a man briefly grateful for dignity's variety. The reeve proposes a barter the oak can smell. Strike pavage where bridges stand under witness. Tally brush where toll once wished to live. Commute old immersements to name chores. 2 styles before Michaelmas. 1 kiln watch each fortnight until the clamp forgets pride. A scoop sworn at the mill whenever the kiln breathes fire, and a bell on latch hung weekly where choral rehearses. For shaved tally ribs, the guilty hand to carry pegs to the causeway and stand. 40 heartbeats at the ferry teaching travelers how toll is paid here. In patience, not coin. He speaks the numbers like a man stepping stones. The face carver lays his quiet plank across the ditch where tired ankles litigate and says nothing, because a mouth carved to bite worry is testimony enough. The ferryman lifts the oar by an inch, figure 8 approval traced on grass, and the forester touches his stick to the clerk's board, counting aloud as wolves understand. 1, 2, 3, hold, hinges in place of fines. The justice's mouth does not smile, but the leaf above it does. Fringe detail pulls up a stool, eager. Some towns kept standard stones in the church chest, iron L-wands for cloth, and a punishing loaf, a model showing loaves should shrink when grain price rose. Others posted bread scales so the size could be read like weather. Whether the model loaf convinced bakers or only gave sermon props to clerks is unproven. Your parish prefers the alewife's scepter ladle and a scoop that knows the weight of its own conscience. The reeve reaches past the lemon he is not carrying and lifts the miller's sworn scoop. He swears by it, which is progress in a language the kiln understands. The clerk, who once liked fees the way moths like court robes, writes humility credited in his margin and looks briefly like a man surprised by the relief of not being clever. Historians still debate whether reeves were neighbors serving neighbors or officers extracting for lords. Some were elected by tenants, some appointed by manors. One scholar reads compotus as community memory, another reads it as velvet arithmetic for power. Your oak today votes for memory, with velvet allowed only as beehive lining. The ride's clerk, new student of furniture, submits exhibits he never expected to like. The patient stone where coins bathe before hands, the latch bell that makes coral shy, the rushlight ladder that teaches fog its alphabet, and the yellow swallowtail not you teach him again. Press and slip, loosens without speeches, guest not bond. He copies the not wrong once, then better, then writes courtesy proved by untying and pretends it was always in his syllabus. The justice asks for numbers because roots enjoy arithmetic. How many fines to convert, how many hinges to buy? The reeve answers with nouns braided to digits, 2 styles, 3 kiln watches per fortnight, for rushlight ladders kept in order at the ferry, 5 bells rehung on latches each market week, 6 children bumped lightly at stones come rogation so boarders remember knees, 7 brush bundles pledged each month for causeway hum, pavage nil where timber visible, the hound sneezes twice, auditor's code for not cheese, acceptable, and leans into your knee so your shin signs the ledger in warmth. Joke 2 arrives small and edible, suggesting a new tax called sorry, my bad, payable in broom and benches. The oak tolerates the joke because the reeve is already paying it. Mainstream bead sets one more plank under the mourning. The moral economy, fair price, fair measure. Commons kept humane, can be heard in bread riots that broke windows without looting and forced bakers to sell at old rates. Whether those were crimes, customs, or negotiations with a calendar is still argued in papers you would not sop soup with. Your parish chooses negotiation on purpose before hunger writes its own law. The reeve faces the boy with nettle hair and the rope men and owns. The day his lemon bossed him into believing paper outranked pegs. He offers his feet for the hedgehog post, to string rushlight moons 3 dusks in a row, and his wrists for the fairy tally, to count 40 heartbeats at each doubtful face. He asks the face carver to teach him the fish breath notch because he would like to put instruction under leaves without being seen doing it. He asks the alewife for the patience stone whenever he is tempted to invent fees. He asks the ferryman to refuse any toll from him not paid in map. He asks the bees to remember this day when he forgets. The bees are told with 2 taps and deliver a hum that drops a half step into present, which is the only verdict bees sign. The clerk from the ride, apprentice to daylight now, reads out the conversion like a confession that intends to remain useful, pavage suspended unless joined to timber under witness. Old fines translated to hinges, bells, watches, shaved ribs matched and mended under leaves. Reeve credited for conspicuous humility, he coughs very softly at his own flourish, and accounts to be rendered not with lemon but with scoop, and board on the checker cloth in the barn at quarter day. Quirky detail sneaks in its best shirt. An ale conner from a market upriver demonstrates his leather breeches test on a plank dab. With ale, sits, rises, announces sound as manners, and the justice manages not to laugh thin air out of his nose. Whether this test will enter your customel is for later, but laughter that does not crow is already a hinge. The forester motions you to set the daisy wedge under the court's shy leg again. The bench levels like a heart convinced. The justice writes one small sentence on green wax that might change how men remember this parish. Fines commuted to fixtures. Safety paid in time. Courtesy credited where not loosens and map is spoken. Historians still debate whether such notes in margins did anything but make villagers feel. Listen to one afternoon. You choose to act as if margins grow into law when trodden. The lemon makes a last, ghostly appearance when the reeve opens his book and removes a pressed slice. Dry as a verdict, and gives it to the boy with nettle hair to carry to the owl doorway, to live in the local box with the adder stone and the tally in trust as a relic labeled temptation. Retired. Joke 3 proposes awarding the reeve X Lemon of the Year. The clerk scratches a daisy will next to the line instead. Which is better? The ferryman raps his or once because rivers enjoy closure. The alewife breaks a lawful loaf into ninths. Kiln watcher, fold sitter, clamp walker, ferry ladder, bell hanger, hue and crier, nettle bringer, daisy drawer, witness, and tucks witness into the reeve's hand as if giving him a new instrument. He holds it like a man who understands that silence during negotiation is music. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints satisfied to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adderstone cooling any eye that hurries. 2 tree nails for the next run on a river tries. Daisy wedge warm from teaching benches manners. And you bend your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them. Scoop sworn. Hinge promised. Bell rehung. Rushlight strung. Notch scratched under leaves, patience stone polished. When you pass the biting lintel, you feel how the day has changed ankles. When you glance at the hedgehog post, the rushlight moons look like signatures. When you stand under the owl doorway, the local box, now home to Adderstone, retired lemon, tally and trust, and slips of names tied blue, red, green, behaves like a small chapel of practical sacraments. And when you hum the Kyrie under your breath, you find it has learned a new note you did not teach it, the timbre of a man putting down a lemon and taking up a scoop, which is what you came for. The face carver arrives as if the bench had summoned a chisel, palm dusty with saw kisses, knife wrapped like a spoon because the day prefers its edges polite, and you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, your pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain, adderstone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. The king's oak lends its shade, and the rods look almost embarrassed to be indoors for once. The clerk warms his cuttlefish pounce. The ferryman lays his or like a calm gavel. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files the air as not cheese acceptable, then sneezes twice to note sawdust. Friendly. You lift your whole hand, no pointing. Pointing pricks, and the carver sets his exhibits on grass like nouns that have learned rhetoric. The leaf-mouth plank you have been laying over quarrelsome ruts. Its lip bitten where worry puts its teeth. A lintel with the small fish breath notch under leaf so toes remember to lift without being scolded. A door board pricked with compass marks where a daisy will lives quiet as a psalm. And 3 tree nails sitting like commas on holiday. He says nothing theatrical, only that would takes instruction better than men if you speak geometry. Mainstream fact sits down with honest weight. Across medieval Europe masons and carpenters. Scratched apotropaic signs, hex foils, daisy wheels, interlaced circles on lintels and beams to keep harm at arm's length. Misericords under choir stalls carried leaves and beasts with dry humor. Builders set scribe marks and Roman numerals on timbers so frames remembered which mortise married which tenon. Some churches wore scratch dials, mass clocks, on south walls to lend sun a finger. Historians still debate whether every daisy was protection or sometimes just geometry practice. A compass exercise that later audiences promoted to angelic security. Green men, leaf-faced fellows in stone and wood, are argued as pagan fossils or just fancy foliage with a grin. The quarrel keeps journals warm in winter. The carver, who lives closer to sap than to schools, shrugs, call it practice if you like. My daisies stopped 2 stumbles and 1 quarrel last market day, which is protection enough for a parish. Joke 1 proposes we award the daisy's tiny wages for public service. You holster it because flowers mind their dignity. The justice asks him to show what a leaf can say in under a minute. And the carver becomes schoolmaster with tools. He sets the leaf-mouth plank across the ditch where tired ankles invent litigation, scrapes the lip with his blade until even pride feels instructed, and invites the clerk to walk it. The clerk, whose quill is brave and ankles cowardly, steps, pauses where the fish breath notch asks, and steps again without saying a word. The clerk's margin says it for him in a neat hand. Pace turned policy. The carver then chalks a daisy on the oaken table leg, centers it with a nail tip peeping like a star, draws 6 petals by compass, and sets your carpenter's wedge beneath the shy foot. The bench levels and the daisy, now a sign not a sermon, minds the balance. You can feel the oak enjoying the spectacle of furniture teaching law. Fringe detail drops in with burrs and a grin. Folk hide old shoes in roofs and chimneys, single, tired, honest, to trap mischief. Archaeologists lift them dusty as bedtime and argue whether they guarded hearths or just memorialized feet. Some naves even carry little game boards carved into pews. Merrill's 9 Men's Morris, theological patience practiced between psalms. Whether those games made congregations gentler is debated chiefly by grandfathers. Your parish files both under encouraging, but not for court, and lets the leaf handle the docket. The carver asks a favor he knows the oak will grant, to speak with your biting lintel about wolves and doors. He carries the spare lintel like a period carried to a new sentence, sets it on 2 pegs, scratches the fish breath notch beneath so toes will feel it, then carves a small leaf in the center with the mouth slightly open, not to bite. To inhale, so small that only a hasty man will miss it. Then he hangs the bell-woman's latch bell over it. Walk, he tells the posted men, not as soldiers, as soup. They laugh, then obey, and you watch their shoulders drop 1 thumb's width when the notch tells ankles to lift and the leaf tells ribs to breathe. The bell murmurs approval like a clerk adding a column. The reeve, astonishingly lemonless again, asks, half afraid of his own cleverness, whether the leaf can teach him to apologize. The carver scratches a second leaf beside the first, mouths almost touching, and says this is the place where your breath changes tense. Put your palm here before you speak and see if your words arrive already softened. He tries it, and the oak above the court pretends not to smile. Mainstream bead puts another plank under the day. Woodworking guilds and churchwardens accounts list payments to carvers of stalls. Tabernacles and screens, leaves and crockets piling like sermons you can dust. Misericords from the 13th to 15th centuries show worldliness with winks, fox preachers, aloe steering, moral diagrams with cabbages. Whether craftsfolk were catechists or comedians is a question with 2 good answers. The ride's clerk, increasingly apprenticed to furniture, invites the carver to mark the boundary stone's daisy more formally. The carver refuses to enlarge it, bragging is a wolf of its own, but picks the petals crisper, rubs lampblack into the lines so knees can read, and freshens the tiny no beside the beast's mouth so pride will not pretend it cannot see. Joke 2 stretches after a nap and proposes we name the lintel department of ankles and regret. The hound sneezes, filing not cheese acceptable, which is parliament enough. The carver requests the patient's stone and dips his finger in vinegar, dotting each petal with a wetness that will dry invisible but leaves a memory of cool. He says vinegar knows how to teach wood to stay awake. Whether this is craft or superstition makes no difference to a lintel with manners. You produce the adder stone and he ties it with blue, red, and green to the hedgehog post where rushlight moons climb at fogfall. He drills carefully, asking the ferryman's blessing, a tiny hole at the top for the thong, and carves a daisy round it so anyone peering learns to aim humility through geometry. Historians still debate whether design reforms behavior or merely keeps accidents from turning into lawsuits. Some read civic ordinances about paving and posts and hear law. Others read carpenter's marks and hear the quiet labor that made law credible. You prefer both, with tools doing the talk. The justice asks what leaf you will carve into winter. The carver walks to the fold and knots a ribbon through the wattle between blue and red, then cuts a leaf there too, a little sideways, so wolves will meet a shape their eyes can parse as not food. He says leaves train predators to think sideways. A donkey named Mistress Industries nods, as if the fellow has finally learned to speak donkey. The boy with nettle hair, appointed deputy of confession under leaves, asks to learn the fish breath notch. The carver takes his thumb, guides it under the lintle's lip, and says this is a letter you write with patience. When you can cut it blind, you may teach it. The ferryman pays his toll in an old story while you watch. A bridge saint. Christopher, bearing travelers on shoulders. Chapels built on spans where lights burned to teach water courtesy. Whether those lights were votive or merely good engineering is a squabble sensible. People settle by bringing candles. The carver, who lights no sermon, hangs one rushlight moon while the court watches and says sometimes moons are carpentry. Quirky detail slips a hand up like a shy juror. A woman swears her grandmother rubbed onion on new oak to discourage woodworm. Another swears a cat's whisker stitched into a curtain keeps drafts from telling secrets. You do not dock it either, but the onion does no harm and whiskers, unlike cats, are willing to serve without ceremony. The carver kneels by the salvaged beach bench you set near the oak and carves a leaf on its front rail with a mouth that looks like an exhale. He says, "For waiting." The justice places his palm there once and does not rush his next sentence. Then the carver opens his pocket and produces 3 tiny leaves carved as tokens. 2 with mouths half open, 1 with mouth closed. He gives close to the ride's clerk, use when you feel fees waking. Open to the reeve, breathe here, then speak. Open to you because you are tempted to argue with rivers. Joke 3 arrives, small, edible, and proposes that we mint leaf coins to replace fines. The clerk, to everyone's surprise, writes fines commuted to fixtures and underlines fixtures as if the word itself has finally asked to join the choir. Mainstream truth adds a last sensible plank. House marks, runes or pictograms, served as signatures for illiterate tenants on deeds. Some were scratched into plates and beams. Whether they warded evil or simply named ownership is tangled as vines on stone. Your parish is choosing a third thing, marks that teach bodies how to be neighbors. The carver finishes by taking your staff and re-cutting the daisy the way a surgeon sweetens a scar. He pricks a petal for wolves, 1 for fairies, 1 for coins that must bathe, 1 for bells on latches, 1 for hedgehog moons, 1 for the boundary beasts know, and 1 for the bees who must be told. Then he hands the staff back like a verdict that has acquired a better vocabulary. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints satisfied to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone now girdled with a daisy that knows about humility. 2 tree nails for the next run on a river attempts. Daisy wedge warm from teaching benches manners, and you pass your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them, lintel with breath. Leaf that instructs wrists, bell that makes quarreling shy, plank that bites worry, stone that cools money, and a daisy that refuses to be only pretty. When you walk away at procession pace, the leaf on the lintel seems to inhale once, as if happy to be employed. The bees hum present. The donkey edits the silence with 1 dignified step. And the oak, which has seen centuries of laws written in mouths, appears pleased to see 1 leaf take up the work of a paragraph. You find the ale stake dressed like a clerk, ladle polished to a scepter, kettle breathing the key that made Pete polite, and you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, pockets taking attendance by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, Forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, the yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy, not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole, 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. The hedgehog fairy post keeps last night's rushlight moons like modest buttons. The bell woman hangs her latch bell so quarreling will feel watched. The boy with nettle hair opens his little board for names taken for soup not suspicion, and the clerk warms his cuttlefish. Pounce as if ink also eats. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the alewife nods once, business beginning. She lays a cloth on 2 barrels, checkered like a small exchequer, and sets down counters that are also stories. Tiny wooden leaves the face carver whittled. Each leaf a bowl owed to the day by someone's work last week, kiln watch, clamp walk, stile set, bell hung, brush carried, fairy ladder rung, wolves taught to read color, patience stone polished. Joke 1 proposes we sell branded ladles now with 30% more courtesy. You holster it because soup prefers nouns to slogans. Mainstream fact seats itself on the barrel by right. Across medieval parishes, almoners at gates distributed doles, bread, ale, fish, sometimes coins, from church, hospital, or guild. Almonry rooms kept tallies of the poor. Hospitals hosted pilgrims and the sick more than surgeons did, and the assize of bread and ale watched measures like a weather god with scales. In some places a bell rang for dole. In others a dole board or stone slit measured loaves. Whether charity chiefly soothed hunger or staged hierarchy is a quarrel in books. You let the ladle answer in the language of heat and distance. 6 paces, the clerk says, and chalks a daisy at that measure on the grass. The apple toss game becomes the parish's new arithmetic, bowl to leaf holder, loaf to open hand, ladle returning to kettle between each measure as, if bowing. The patience stone, the vinegar bowl, sits where coins can bathe before hands. It will receive coin only when pride forgets and wants a spotlight. Today the bowl keeps only moonlight and manners. The forester posts his counting stick, like a staff that remembers wolves and says names. The rope men, now wicker not wall, stand at the edges, not to guard, to funnel. The reeve arrives lemonless, scoop sworn, and sits on the bench you salvaged and leveled with a daisy wedge, reading the ledger in his new voice that tastes like soup more than statute. Fringe detail pads in with burrs and a grin. In some towns a mondadole was given on the Thursday before Easter. Coins or bread and ale in imitation of a supper. In others a blessed holy loaf was shared, a custom that managed to tie piety to pantry. Whether such rites fed the hungry or a calendar is a sentence that depends on how large the ladle was. Your ladle is large enough to persuade the hound, chief fragrance officer, to file the steam as nursery, acceptable, before sneezing twice to note onion, generous. You make the moral economy legible in furniture. The boy with nettle hair writes a column titled Irregular Kindness, and the clerk coughs at the name, then copies it as if relieved to encounter a noun that forgives arithmetic. The ferryman pays his toll. The map in your mouth, and you give him a line to carry upriver to other landings. Bowls from 6 paces, names counted like pegs, vinegar for coins, bell on latch. Hedgehog moons at dusk, courtesy not recognized when swallow-tail visible, brush credited where bridges visible, pavage asleep until timber wakes it. He nods a figure 8 yes, then sets his or against the ale stake the way some men set a pen beside a charter. Historians still debate the thing you are building in air, a moral economy that expected fair price and fair measure and scolded profiteers. Some scholars hear justice in crowds that force bakers to sell at old rates. Others hear control dressed as kindness. Some praise guilds, burial clubs, and doles as proto-insurance. Others see patronage dripping from ladles. Your parish votes with counters that can be touched, names that can be spoken, and a distance that respects breath without starving it. The alewife runs her ledger aloud as performance for benches and bees. 1 bowl to kiln watch. Bowl returned, leaf counter handed over. One bowl to fold sitter who tied blue and red at posts. Bowl returned. Leaf counter. One to clamp walker whose song kept proud light from the charcoal. Bowl returned. Leaf. One to bell hanger who made quarreling shy. Bowl returned. Leaf. One to fairy ladder minder who taught fog the alphabet. Bowl returned. Leaf. One to hue and crier who raised nettle hair against false writs. Bowl returned. Leaf. One to daisy drawer who scratched fish breath under lintel and knees remembered. Bowl returned. Leaf. Witnesses for each, not trumpet, whole hands. The justice's clerk, apprentice to furniture now, writes soup ledger legible and accidentally invents a phrase he will brag about in quieter centuries. Quirky detail strolls in, trailing a rumor. A manor upriver keeps a dull window in its wall, a slit through which bread is passed when bells say so. Boys swear it also whispers gossip all by itself. Whether the whisper is wind or kitchen is a debate the window enjoys. Your parish keeps no slit because the alewife prefers her announcements in daylight. Joke 2 asks politely whether we should install a tip jar for compliments. The jar is declined on the grounds that praise is already paid in treenails and sleep. The bellwoman rings her latch bell between every fifth bowl, and the ring becomes punctuation. The rope men hum a tune that makes waiting learn to be a paragraph. Mistress Industries the donkey contributes the committee's single bray, which counts as an amendment that passes unanimously. The face carver sits the plank across the ditch where tired ankles litigate and carves one more tiny leaf mouth on its lip. He dots it with vinegar so cool will remember to be brave. The clerk writes pace turned policy again, and you feel the oak reading over his shoulder like an approving grandmother. Mainstream bead adds a plank because the bench enjoys honesty. Guilds of craftsmen in towns kept common chests to help sick members and widows. Hospitals, St. John, St. Leonard, and their cousins hosted poor and sick. Travelers and foundlings, some with bed numbers that sound like music now. Whether support tract membership more than need is another argument with pewter hats. Your village keeps membership simple. If your hands have names in the irregular kindness column, your bowl has a place. The ride's clerk, who once loved fees, asks to borrow the ladle and measures a portion at 6 paces with the solemnity of a novice monk. He returns the ladle the way men return borrowed tools when they want to grow up in public. He writes bowl counted at distance and coin bathed and surprises himself by smiling without paperwork. The reeve, in his new courage, opens the book that wanted to be scripture and enters the soup accounts the same way he entered hinges, ninths cut, bowls tallied. Moon ladder strung, vinegar polished, bell rung. Wolves considered and taught, bridges present. He signs with the miller's sworn scoop and not his old lemon. The scoop shines like an honest metaphor. Fringe lore refuses to leave quietly. Certain hunger stones, people say, carry lines in rivers that tell low water to behave and warn future summers to plant patience. Whether the stones truly speak or whether men pretend rocks frown. A drought is unimportant tonight. You scratch one thin notch inside the alehouse post at the height the kettle likes best in lean weeks and call it a memory line, quietly so no one thinks you have taught wood to scold. Joke 3, small, edible, proposes a soup of the day called due process. Served with a side of reasonable doubt, it is just extra bread. The alewife blesses the menu with a ladle tilt and continues. Serving nouns. The bees must be told. So the beekeeper taps the skep twice and recites the minutes like minutes. Bowls from 6 paces. Leaves spent. Name spoken, vinegar polished. Bell yes, hedgehog moons later, no trumpet. Their hum drops a half tone into present, which is the only verdict bees sign. The ferryman raps his or once, gavel that never went to school, and requests the day's sentence for his map. You pay promptly, soup ledger legible, irregular kindness counted, coin bathed, distance respected, bells shy quarrel, blue and red still teaching teeth. Daisy Wedge leveled the bench. Wolves learn to read, Bridges hum commas. He nods a figure 8 that tastes like barley. Historians still debate whether charity made medieval towns kinder or merely neater in conscience. Whether alms purchased prayers or kept neighbors upright until their turn to give. Whether poor was a category or a season. You draft your answer for the oak in a language the court has learned to hear, leaf counters that return to the chest, bowls that return to the hook, names that return to work, and a kettle that returns to a good temper when the bell says yes. The boy with nettle hair asks if the soup ledger goes into the customal the clerk and forester have begun to draft. Daisies, bells, knots, and notches becoming text. And you nod because kitchens write more binding law than some chanceries when they say it aloud in daylight. You close the book with your whole hand, no clap, and inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come. Home, 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone ready for hurried eyes. 2 tree nails warm from commas that stood against water. Daisy wedge content after leveling appetites and benches. A pocket leaf from the face carver to remind breath to change tense before speech. Night combs itself smooth. The hedgehog post stretches its rushlight moons into a ladder for late travelers. The patient stone keeps its small, obedient shine. The latch bell dozes. The soup kettle purrs like a good paragraph. And you walk home at procession pace past the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, past the owl doorway where the local box keeps practical sacraments, adder stone, retired lemon, tally and trust, slips tied blue, red, green, humming the kyrie that convinces hunger to use its inside voice. While the village, having learned to call generosity by its right name and to count it without bruising, sleeps as if tomorrow has already been reassured. The king's oak arranges its shade like a careful paragraph, and you come at procession pace because ankles make better witnesses when verbs are gentle, your pockets taking attendance by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting. In a fence, 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, the yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole, 2 tree nails ready to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. Rods stand like polite thorns. The clerk warms his cuttlefish pounce. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files the air as not cheese, acceptable, and the ferryman lays his or on the grass the way a calm gavel learns to nap. The justice looks like a man about to translate weather into minutes. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and set your nouns on the green as proof that does not need to raise its voice. Hedgehog post prickled with nails and rushlight moons. Bell on latch that chews worry. Biting lintel where the face carver's fish breath lives under leaf so toes remember to lift. Causeway ribs that hum since tree nail commas. Vinegar bowl, the patient stone, where coins bathe before hands. Blue and red at the fold where wolves red manners before appetite. Yellow cut swallowtail that means guest not bond. And the little box under the owl doorway that keeps practical sacraments. Adder stone, tally and trust, slips tied blue, red, green. So hope travels in daylight. Joke 1 tries politely to hand you a drum roll. You decline, preferring the sound of benches remembering level. Mainstream fact sits down on a root with tidy authority. Forest airs recorded pleas of vert and venison on long rocheli, rolls, under green wax distinct from exchequer's red. Pavage and pontage tolls were royal grants meant to be temporary and specific, often abused by the immortal optimism of collectors. Custom proved by perambulation and witness could weigh as law in manorial and forest courts when more parchment failed to convince. Whether such admissions respected the lived grammar of parishes or merely provided ceremony before revenue is a question historians still quarrel with. Some reading rolls for appetite, others for accommodation. The justice calls for the rides packet. The reader lays down the chirograph halves whose teeth never learn to kiss. The face carver places his thumb on the scallops like a joiner pitying a proud dovetail and murmurs one knife taught this, another taught that. The patient stone receives both with a damp cool so hurry will think twice. The justice nods toward daylight and bees, and the clerk, apprenticed to furniture by accident and then by pleasure, reads the verdict on pavage as if he were cutting a ribbon-free void where bridges are visible under witness, held in abeyance where timber promised but not present. Any escort fee that walks without planks to walk on to be dismissed to the hedges until it learns carpentry. The beech leaf above him endorses with the smallest applause. The shaved tally ribs come next like boys called by a bell. The man who pared them already surrendered his knife, and your forester sets each suspect to its mate until the click that sounds like truth answers 3 times in one cough. The justice speaks light immersement, brush carried to causeway, 40 heartbeats counted at the ferry for 3 dusks, and 1 bell to be hung on a latch where choral rehearses, and writes it under green wax as if mercy and grammar were cousins. Fringe detail can't help itself and contributes a small stage whisper. Some courts were fond of Amabir and Merchet, those life cycle dues. Others pricked bakers and brewers under the assize until their loaves could pass as weather. Whether fines chiefly taught, prudence or cultivated treasuries is a quarrel measured in crumbs. Your morning votes for prudence you can walk on without taking off your shoes. The clerk slides to courtesy passes with a face that wants to be surprised and dignified at the same time. You hold up the yellow swallowtail, tie it on the verdeur's wrist, press and slip, and it loosens without speeches. He ties the winter ribbon on your wrist, and it refuses to apologize. The court orders recognition of the swallowtail where guest bears pegs, bells, maps, and work. No hire of wrist for winter unless consent writes its name in daylight. Joke 2 tiptoes out with a sign that reads Chief Loosening Officer, which the hound accepts by leaning, filing the air as not cheese acceptable. Wolves receive their line like educated neighbors, blue and red at the fold to be accounted as policy not ornament. Bells lawful where pigs become, paragraphs, donkey acknowledged as adjunct professor of manners. Any man who confuses color with trumpet to be assigned 2 nights of fold sitting until his verbs learn to whisper. The justice then turns to the line that matters to maps. He hears the ferryman's toll, your long recital of hedgehog, bell, lintel, ribs, vinegar, ribbons, and says in the slow bell voice benches envy, custom proved by perambulation and witness to be, entered as parish grammar. He writes it on green wax while the clerk copies it in a hand honest enough to persuade a wet afternoon. Mainstream bead places one more sensible plank beneath the moment consuetudo. Custom could rule where no charter spoke, but scholars still debate whether courts genuinely heard villages or merely organized their stories. Did view of frank pledge preserve mutual watch or enforce it downward? Was consent real or staged? The ink won't settle. Your field today answers by placing tools where the words go. You feel the oak breathing slower as if pleased to see nouns. Learn Latin. The reeve, lemonless and therefore briefly exemplary, steps up with the miller's sworn scoop and reads humility like a ledger, pavage nil where bridges visible, fines commuted to fixtures, styles kiln watch rushlight ladders, soup ledger legible from 6 paces, vinegar bowl polished, bell rung, shaved ribs mended, boundary stone returned with daisy above beast and the word no by. Its mouth, children bumped lightly at corners, wolves choosing to read. The custodian of safety described as brush, not writ. The justice writes conspicuous humility credited with the smallest smile his office permits and moves the docket with. A leaf's flick. Quirky detail slips on stage swinging a charm. In some places jurors kissed a little Pax breed tablet instead of each other for peace. Elsewhere witnesses swore on a clod of earth, or a twig at livery of season. Whether oaths stuck better to lips or to soil is an experiment repeated for centuries. You offer the latch bell as your Pax and the court allows a single ring. Sounds like quarrel with its hat off. The ride's clerk, having learned to admire tools, presents your adder stone with its fresh daisy ring and notes it as exhibit for humility, non-chargeable, which is the closest a clerk comes to poetry before supper. The beetle reads lesser matters. One hedge claimed a foot it had not earned and now returns it. One eel where admits pores too small and promises ladders for traveling fish. One steward's man confesses a writ that learned two mouths and volunteers to carry brush as penance. The justice binds them all with green wax in the meter you have taught him. Where timber is seen, toll shall nap. Where color persuades, teeth shall listen. Where bell rings, doors shall behave. Where vinegar stands, money shall bathe. Joke 3, small and edible, suggests awarding the wax a certificate. Most improved temper, but you settle for watching the seal receive its kiss without learning to lie. The clerk asks for closing proof, and you give him the sound a good bench makes when the daisy wedge is set, level, and the murmured yes of rope men describing fascines like patient constellations. You give him the hush bees make when told new law 2 taps and the figure 8 nod of a ferryman who has decided to like paper only when it admits its debt to planks. You give him the donkey's single bray, which reads like punctuation, period, not exclamation. Historians still debate whether any of this travels beyond shade. Does a green wax note protect a parish when sleeves change hands, or do such afternoons remain local weather? Some say custom is a reed that bends. Others say it is a root. You intend to water both by walking the bounds in slippers until daisies become clauses. The justice stands. A man whose back understands hedges now. He recites the tidy spine of the verdict so even geese could memorize it on the road to Michaelmas. False pavage voided. Escort schedules trimmed around hay. Courtesy passes recognized in swallowtail and loosening. Wolves to be answered with blue and red. Boundaries to be kept by knees and daisies. Shaved ribs fined in brush and thyme. Bridges credited with sleep. Soup to be counted at 6 paces. Patience stone lawful. Adder stone admissible for eyes in a hurry. And your parish map entered on the roll as custom proved by perambulation and witness. The green wax receives its impression. A beast that, in this parish at least, now answers to the word no, and the clerk ties a tag like a polite tale. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip still moonlighting in a fence but promising to come home. 3 bent saints pleased with punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone radiant with a daisy that knows about humility. 2 tree nails warmed by commas that held in flood. Daisy wedge content after teaching benches manners. And you pass your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them. Or plank, bell, bowl, ribbon, brush, wedge, leaf. When the oak dismisses you, it does not feel like a dismissal. It feels like a paragraph ending in a period you can sit on. You carry the verdict back through the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, past the owl doorway where the local box keeps practical sacraments, past the hedgehog post already rehearsing its rushlight moons for evening, humming the kyrie that convinces law to use its inside voice while the village, hearing that leaves have learned to hold verdicts without shouting, practices sleeping the way a good sentence rests, sure enough to dream the next clause. Frost arrives like a careful schoolmaster with a new key. chalking the hedges in patient white, and you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, pockets taking attendance by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread, stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence stiff with rhyme, three bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs, the yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy, not chain, the adder stone for humility's peephole glazed with a sugar rim, two tree nails ready to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge in case benches or pride forget level when wood shrinks and remembers. The hedgehog fairy post wears hoarfrost like a cardigan. The rushlight moons you lift at dusk turn pale in daylight, patient as bread rising in a cold room. The bell woman's latch bell is furred with white tin laughter. The vinegar bowl, the patient stone, has a skin you must crack as if asking winters permission to be sensible. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and arrange the day in verbs that do not make ankles hurry. Sand the plank, ash the causeway. Hang the moons earlier, braid straw into shoelaces for cart ruts. Teach the bell a quieter syllable. Joke one proposes we open a seasonal shop, frost solutions and gentle admonitions, and you tuck it away because winter prefers service to signage. Mainstream fact lays a brisk plank beneath your feet. Candlemas will bless candles soon. Beeswax for altars where purse allows. Tallow for kitchens where smoke forgives. Curfew bells in towns told people to cover their hearths. Couvre-feu, literally banking coals under ash so timber remembered to sleep. Farriers hammered frost nails or small caulks into horseshoes for grip when lanes turned glass. In some regions sledges took over where wheels sulked. Whether such winter kit made common folk safer or simply moved risk from ankles to wrists is less argued than the rhythm itself. Winter trained work to lean, not push. The forester counts aloud in the key wolves obey. Hold, 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 and posts his stick by the fold where blue and red ribbons have discovered how to sing against snow. The donkey, Mistress Industries, stands with fur that pretends to be a sermon. On thrift, the rope men bring straw like punctuation you can walk on and build a second floor on the causeway from brush and sacking, corduroy for shins, while the face carver rubs tallow into the biting lip of the lintel, then scratches the fish breath notch a hair deeper so toes will remember to lift even if pride freezes. The ferryman claims his toll, the map in your mouth, and you pay in nouns braided to adverbs. Winter edition. Present slowly, lift higher, step wide, breathe warm, count 40 heartbeats even when your breath tries to make music in clouds. Fringe detail pads in with a grin and a bundle of onions. An old woman makes a weather calendar on New Year's, 12 onion skins filled with salt. The wet ones in mourning foretell wet months. Whether onions gossip accurately or just like to feel consulted is a debate mostly conducted by kitchens. You allow the experiment and file it under encouraging but not for court. The river asks its questions in a new grammar. Edge glazed, Ford muttering the slippery psalm, and the rope men scatter ash from last week's clamp in a script that reads walk here. The coracle sleeps upside down with dignity, a walnut that has agreed to hibernate. Historians still debate whether people in centuries like yours slept in 2 acts, first sleep, then waking for prayer or chatter, then second sleep. Roger Kirch wrote a book that swore yes. Others counter that diaries do not prove habit, only possibility. Your village votes by practice. You wake in the elbow of night to tend the rushlight ladder at the hedgehog post, to ladle the patient's stone into the air, to walk once to the fold and count sheep like commas. Winter measures out silence in useful spoons. Quirky detail tap dances in felted shoes. A cooper swears he can keep fingers warm by clutching a potato near his palm under his mitten. The justice's clerk tries it, pronounces it evidence of tuber jurisprudence, and files a private smile. Whether potatoes exist in your century's pantry is a conversation for other rivers. So the clerk agrees to call it a warmed cobble and never mind the cartography. The reeve, lemon retired and scoop sworn, issues winter instructions that sound like a hymn. Sand kept at the ale stake, ash at the ford, bell rung soft and often. Doors breathed upon he pats the carved leaf that teaches regret before apology. Wolves to be taught the color alphabet in snow as well as in leaf. Every child to be bumped at the daisy beast stone with mittens, not birch. And soup to be ladled at 6 paces with steam as a garment, not boasting. The hound, chief fragrance officer, audits frost for mischief, sneezes twice. Not cheese, slippery, acceptable, then leans into your knee, which is his signature on the winter by laws. You string the rushlight moons earlier because dusk arrives like a clerk proud of punctuality. The ferryman shows you where ice is merely a rumor and where it has hired confidence. You tap the adder stone on its daisy ring, peer through the hole, and let humility slow your decisions so no one asks bones to write minutes. Mainstream bead sets another plank under the day. After Martmas, slaughtered pigs salted cellars into calm and lard-surfaced kitchens. Plow Monday would bless plows soon. Men tugging decorated shares around town to ask for beer and winter coin. Guilds gave out small doles to members. The boy bishop sometimes processed in early December. A child in mitre lecturing kindness into adults. Whether such winter rites were sincere devotion, licensed foolishness, or charity dressed as pageant is still argued by pens that dislike blunt answers. You bring home a sled of brush with rope men singing the apple toss game's winter verse. Throw and catch from 6 paces so breath and kindness trade evenly, and notice how frost teaches the best lesson for law. Slow everything until the verbs volunteer. The fold receives a polish. Blue and red higher on the posts because snow lifts predators' opinions. Mistress Industries plants her hooves like periods. Bells on 2 hogs ring a modest yes like a clerk who learned a better hand. And the forester moves the color a thumb width where wolf noses. Reading snow script proved a preference last time. Joke 2 peers out with mitten paws and suggests awarding the wolves perfect attendance for arriving and then choosing manners. You pocket the certificate and save ink for benches. The face carver chalks 5 daisies in miniature on the salvaged bench lip and dots each petal with vinegar so cold will remember not to bite fingers. He oils the leaf mouth over the ditch plank so worry slides without loss. He carves a tiny spiral on the hedge gate, a snail of patience, so children remember to move like a charm when ice is holding grammar class. The alewife, who knows winter's verbs, thins the soup with noon water and thickens it with evening onion until it tastes like thyme. She polishes the patient's stone with a warm cloth so coins won't throw tantrums. And she adds to the soup ledger a column called Frosted Errands, payable in brooming steps and sand on stairs. The ferryman asks for the map again at night because maps behave better when told in clean air. You pay in winter nouns. Hedgehog moons earlier. Bell tender, not proud. Lintel lip chalked. Causeway ribs singing low. Brush pegged with tree nails that bite when ice tries to lie. Vinegar warmed by sleeve. Adderstone peephole for hasty eyes. Swallowtail ribbon read by posted men as guest even when sleeves itch for hire. The bee woman must be told. Hives are clustered tight as prayers. Winter binding, and you tap twice and speak through the cleft board as if confessing. Rushlight, sand, ash, bells, color, soup. The hum answers in a thin ribbon of present, which is the only verdict bees can afford in frost. Historians still debate the reach of winter scarcity. Did peasants starve annually between old bread and new grain, or did gardens, fish ponds, and careful doles carry most villages with grumbles rather than tragedies? Chronicles prefer drama, accounts prefer arithmetic. Your parish asks for arithmetic you can eat, ninths, not boasts. Bowls counted at distance. Gleanings held back for weeks that sigh. The rope men, ambitious in the quiet way. Test a sledge across the ford, 2 planks on withies so grain can ride when hooves balk. The justice's clerk, now apprenticed to furniture for real, writes Winter Bridge. Low and polite and draws a daisy next to it because thinking likes petals even when ink shivers. You lay one tree nail sideways into a rib that has learned to chatter, then another in a joint that dreams of spring, and the causeway hums a deeper key as if choir practice relocated underground. The posted men, who have learned to respect the swallowtail knot, ask whether the courtesy pass holds when frost makes work flirt with hazard. You teach them the press and slip again with gloves on, which is harder and therefore good training. And you loan the yellow to a horn man for one sled trip so law can ride without turning into hire. He returns it with a clumsy bow that manages to be sweet without apology. Quirky detail sidles in with a lantern shaped like a hedgehog, holes prickled to cast a spotted constellation on snow. A child claims the lantern frightens icy spirits and, more persuasively, keeps hands busy so mischief stays at home. You admire its policy and leave ghosts to argue jurisdiction elsewhere. Then the cold tries a last trick, black ice writing silent jokes at the biting lintel, and the face carver's fish breath. Notch saves 3 ankles in a row. The bell woman rings yes softly. The clerk writes pace turned policy a 3rd time without embarrassment. And the reeve, scoop in hand, adds ice sanded, yes in a ledger that used to brag and now prefers manners. Joke 3 arrives small and edible. Someone suggests renaming the patient's stone the persistent stone for winter, and the alewife approves with a ladle tilt, as if vocabulary were nourishment. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip crisp with rhyme but still promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints content to supervise punctuation in any season. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable even in mittens. Adder stone sugar rimmed for hasty eyes. 2 tree nails now one in a rib that learned to hum lower and one waiting for the next run on. Daisy wedge warm from a pocket near a bench that remembered level even when boards creaked with cold. You pass the daisy beast stone and brush snow from the word no so pride can still find its cue. You visit the owl doorway and tuck a small list into the local box. Names of those whose steps need sweeping before dawn. You straighten the hedgehog moons so late feet can climb their quiet ladder without boasting. And you hum the Kyrie in winter's lower key, which persuades breath to keep its temper. Winter teaches another key, and you learn your lines in it without fanfare, smaller steps, longer silence, brighter moons, slower bells. Wolves can read blue on snow as well as on leaf. Rivers can be edited by ash as well as by brush. Knives are for ropes when ropes forget courtesy, not for pride when pride wants drama. And the village, having survived the oak's Latin and the Ford's clauses, now discovers that Frost's grammar is simply the same sentence spoken slower, with the commas you planted earlier shining like 10 good reasons to get home safe. Rumor steps over your hedge wearing a hot scarf and suddenly has a pulse. And you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence crisp with frost. 3 bent saints. Bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish. Talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Knot chain, the adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. The hedgehog fairy post wears its rushlight moons like careful buttons against dusk. The vinegar bowl, the patient stone, has a skin you crack with the back of a spoon so money will bathe before. Hands, the latch bell waits on its peg to chew worry instead of shins. And the clerk warms his cuttlefish pounce because ink also eats when cases arrive. Two fevers, the boy with nettle hair says, one at the Flaxfield cottage, dry heat. Little voice, eyes like coals that forgot their chimney. One from the road, a peddler with a red scarf and a cough that wants an audience. Joke one proposes we rebrand coughing as an outdoor hobby. You holster it because the day prefers verbs to slogans. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the village moves into the measured dance you taught it in other weather, bowls from 6 paces. Song at distance call. Answer, breath listening to its manners. Bell on latch for door exchange. Vinegar stone in the center to cool money and pride. Hedgehog moons hung early so errands do not trip into night. And 40 heartbeats counted at every threshold before anyone decides to have an opinion. Mainstream fact lays a sensible plank under the panic. Quarantine, 40 days. Took shape in Mediterranean ports like Venice by the late Middle Ages. Ships and travelers held at lazaretti before. Markets trusted their breath. Pest houses and hospitals for the poor and sick dotted towns under saints' names. Priests wrote orders to avoid crowding at funerals. Church courts scolded gossip that made fear into sport. Whether these measures truly slowed pestilence or mostly organized hope is a question scholars still argue with clean hands. The forester posts his counting stick by the flax lane like a staff that remembers wolves and says hold, hold, hold. The rope men set 2 posts with blue and red where the hedge meets the world. Not as ornament, as grammar for breath. Mistress Industries, the donkey, plants herself where she can supervise distance without paperwork. The hound, chief fragrance officer, audits the air and files not cheese, spiced breath, acceptable with caution, then sneezes twice to mark complication. The peddler stands on the far side of the blue, face the color of unbaked bread. And you speak the parish's new dialect, polite and far. Your ribbon in swallowtail says guest not bond. Our bowl is at 6 paces. Our song has verses. Our bell will carry nouns. Our patient stone will keep pride from boiling. He nods like a man who has met worse boarders, and you set a table of furniture instead of fear, a rushlight moon on a stick for dusk. The adder stone tied with a daisy so even a hot eye remembers humility. Hot hook on a rope so soup can commute. The apple toss game revised, ladle to bowl, bowl to step. Step back, sing the chorus, wait 40 heartbeats, and only then speak. Fringe detail insists on a hearing with burrs in its hem. A woman swears her aunt beat fevers with abracadabra written as a shrinking triangle on a scrap pinned under the shirt. Another swears by rosemary and juniper smoke and a pomander stuffed with clove and orange peel. Whether letters shrink illness or only make size useful is debated mainly by grandmothers. You let charms sit in pockets while vinegar and distance sit in daylight. The Flax Cottage case is quieter. A girl hot as a banked fire, mother steady as a bench. You tie blue and red at their gate so neighbors read before they knock. Hang the latch bell. Prop the leaf mouth plank at the step so worry will bite with not wrists. And teach the mother the song, a verse for broth, one for sleep, one for window breathing when the room forgets to be kind. You give her the fish breath notch under a loose board so bare feet will remember to lift even at midnight. Historians still debate what exactly traveled in the great pestilences. Rat fleas and Yersinia, human lice, bad air, or something stranger, and how much ordinary care mattered against storms of death. Some point to DNA in bones and right plague in a handwriting you can't argue. Others underline human-to-human spread and households that learn to hold still. The quarrel keeps journals warm. Your parish votes for repeatable verbs even when theology remains undecided. The ferryman appears with his or that learned to be a gavel and raps once, patience, then stretches 40 heartbeats into a rope you can feel. He counts for the peddler at the hedge, for the mother at the flax door, for you when your own breath tries to run, and the map you pay him becomes medical, hedgehog moons earlier, bell tender not proud. Bowls at 6 paces, blue and red to teach teeth, vinegar to cool money. Ankle lintel telling bodies when to lift so minds can work on not panicking. Quirky detail peeks out with a basket of advice you did not order. A barber's lad sells plague water that tastes like bragging and cinnamon. Someone brings a dried toad in a silk bag to drink the malady. You file both under Museum of Interesting Attempts and keep the toad away from soup. The clerk writes in a hand that has learned to be useful without showing off. Case 1, road, cough, scarf. Case 2, flax, hot child. Measures, blue/red, latch bell, rope hook, song at distance, 40 heartbeats at every exchange, patient stone polished. Vinegar for coin, map recited as toll. Evidence, donkey opinion not tonight, hound audit acceptable with caution, bees to be told. You tell the bees with 2 taps and the skeps hum drops a half. Step into present, which is the only verdict bees will sign when fevers sniff the hedge. Joke 2 proposes appointing a chief distance officer with a wand that only points at 6 paces. You appoint the bell woman's ladle because it already knows how to keep arms honest. Mainstream bead puts another plank under the new policy. Some towns marked infected doors with crosses or straw, others forbade assemblies, some paid watchers to fetch food to shut houses. And ships in port waited the quarantina while lazarettos counted days. Whether villages far from sea imitated these measures or invented their own, songs, bowls from distance, bells on latches, remains a map with many blank hedges. Your blank hedges are filling with small instructions. The peddler does 3 days without swagger, soup across rope, coin bathed, verse sung, 40 heartbeats counted, sleep taken like a good idea. The cough shrinks from sermon to footnote. You send him on with a swallowtail thread on his sleeve and a letter that explains how to behave with a bell. The flax cottage keeps to the song. The girl's heat breaks like ice deciding to be water, and the mother rings once. The latch bell's shy yes. To tell the hedge the worst did not come in. Thank you, but went away again without an oath. You write what worked for neighbors upriver, because maps that speak Latin for courts should also speak kitchen. Hang blue and red at a gate to teach breath. Sing at distance and make soup travel by rope. Bathe coin before hands. Count 40 heartbeats at every threshold. Tie the adder stone where hasty eyes can borrow humility. Let the donkey supervise. Let the hound be auditor. Teach the lintel to remind ankles to lift when worry would make them clumsy. Tell the bees. You carry it to the king's oak and the justice reads without moving his mouth much. Man saving dignity, and says to file it under custom proved by perambulation and witness, which is his way of letting kitchens write law. Fringe lore won't leave until it is had a line. A bell rung slow over fields was said to drive bad air away. Another woman whispers that sliced onions darken in foul rooms and thus volunteer as sentries. Whether bells actually move air or onions, simply oxidize is a conversation for a different winter. You allow the bell because it minds its manners and the onion because it gives soup something to talk about. The ride's clerk, now fully apprenticed to furniture, copies your measures into 3 fair hands, one for a parish upriver that sent for advice, one for a steward who is learning to prefer pegs to seals, and one for the local box under the owl. Doorway where practical sacraments live, adder stone, retired lemon, tally and trust, slips of names tied blue, red, green, and now a thin booklet whose title is smaller than pride, measures for breath. Joke 3 shows up small and edible and suggests renaming the broth okal. The alewife tolerates the pun on the grounds that hot spoons beat hot tempers. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip crisp with frost but still promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone righteous on its daisy. 2 tree nails ready if the river additions mischief while men watch coughs. Daisy wedge warm from leveling benches and a stray fear. And you pass your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them. Bell that makes quarreling shy and doors polite. Bowl that respects 6 paces. Rope hook that turns soup into a traveler. Ribbon that keeps wrists free while sleeves learn courtesy. Hedge that learned to read blue and red. Night arrives with its careful boots. The hedgehog moons climb their little ladder without boasting. The patient stone keeps its obedient shine. The latch bell dozes. The donkey edits the silence with one dignified step. The hound files the steam from the last pot as nursery acceptable, and you hum the kyrie in a key that teaches fever to use its inside voice while the village, hearing that rumor can be taught law. Like any other weather, sleeps as if even breath has learned to count to 40 before it answers back. You come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence crisp with frost. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole rhymed with sugar. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. And the hedgehog fairy post waits in its cardigan of hoarfrost with last night's rushlight moons clipped neat as buttons. The bee skeps crouch like brown helmets near the warm wall, and the bee woman has that look mothers get when a roomer tried to sit in the doorway uninvited. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and tap the skep twice because bees must be told. Verdicts under oaks entered as leaves. Pavage sent to nap unless it finds timber. Wolves choosing manners. Soup counted at 6 paces. Patience stone lawful. The daisy beast stone seated with no by its mouth. Lintels teaching ankles to lift. And winter speaking slower so breath can behave. Joke 1 proposes founding a newsletter, the Apicultural Times, now with 30% more courtesy, and you file it beside Saint Don't Be Foolish because bees prefer verbs to headlines. Mainstream fact takes a sensible stool under the warm. Stones, doomsday scribes noted hives and honey rents, wax due to lords and monasteries, and the church loved bees because wax made altars bright. Skeps of straw and withies lined south walls. And mead walked into feasts while candles taught midnight to read. Whether villagers drank much mead or mostly ale is argued by scholars in dry rooms, but wax accounts do not lie. You pay the bees in nouns they can taste later, willow catkins promised at ford. Lime linden sapling pledged for summer shade near the ale stake. Thyme and marjoram round the daisy beast to teach pride the smell of humility. A small bank of borage blue as a psalm. And a row of sainfoin, no, we are not so grand, of clover where carts rest their opinions. The forester posts his counting stick by the river like a staff that remembers wolves but tonight reads nectar. He says plant now when roots like philosophy, not theater. The rope men bring rods of sallow, whips of osier, and a few hazel slips you liberated from a fence that promised to repay the loan in. Catkins. The face carver arrives with a spokeshave and a pocket of hexagons he cut from beech. Tiny daisies turned honeycomb, and proposes a skep bench that keeps floors dry and tempers level. The clerk warms his cuttlefish pounce and draws a daisy because thinking likes petals. Then writes Hope Ledger at the top of his board as if nouns could be planted and counted into spring. Fringe detail refuses to wait its turn and throws pans at the air. Tanging, the old noise for swarms. Some villages beat iron to persuade bees to settle or to announce ownership of a passing cloud of honey. Whether the noise charms bees or only entertains bystanders is a quarrel that delights uncles. You keep pans for soup and settle for bells that already know courtesy. The ferryman claims his toll, the map in your mouth, and you pay with paths for wings. Willow rose here for early nectar, pollards they're safe from flood, clover stitched into the green where geese draft their minutes, lime sapling by the ale stake so shade and scent can rehearse their duet. A time circle round the daisy beast so knees will kneel to smell before pride remembers to stand, and a ribboned lane, your yellow swallow-tail tied at 2 posts. So men carrying brush will read guest not bond even when they cross the bees' parliament. Mainstream bead adds a plank that makes benches nod. Monks kept apiaries within cloisters. Saint Ambrose earned the honeyed tongue story when a swarm is said to have settled on his baby mouth, and candle dews lit perpetual lamps. Whether rural beekeeping belonged more to abbeys or to cottages is still debated, with rolls naming both. Your parish votes for a conspiracy between hedges and habits. The bee woman taps once, then once more present, and you begin the planting with the verbs you trust. Press and puddle the willow whips at the ford where fascine commas taught water to bell. Heel the lime sapling into a pit where the salvaged bench admires it. Sow a little bag of kitchen promises from the alewife, calendula, fennel, savory, pockets emptied into neat, shy commas that will grow arguments for bees when wheat sulks. Tuck marjoram plugs around the boundary stone so the beast's mouth will spend summer in kindness. Set a ring of stones for a bee bath shallow enough to be wise, smooth pebbles like stepping words. Then plant hazel where children can find catkins like lanterns in late winter, as if hope learned to hang quietly before it dares. Historians still debate whether telling the bees walks back into your century or arrived later with printed rural romances. Some say the custom is medieval sleepwalking, others late and theatrical. You do not press antiquity into service, you press courtesy, births, deaths, lawsuits, now plantings. Bees are told everything that might otherwise feel like weather with ego. The hound, chief fragrance officer, audits the air and files not cheese. Flowers rehearsing, acceptable, then sneezes twice to record complication. A neighbor's hive upriver miffed by hunger. You loan a skep of comb that winter left half full and pass it across 6 paces with the apple toss song revised for bees. And the clerk writes honey, Lent, a line he underlines without irony. Quirky detail wanders up with burdock on its sleeve. In some shires they carved little niches, bee bowls, in garden walls to house skeps out of wind. Elsewhere hives overwintered in earth pits banked with straw. Whether those niceties reached every cottage or only yards with spare stone is uncertain. Your bee woman asks the face carver for a trio of beech stools instead, high and polite. He sets them by the warm wall and cuts a shallow daisy. Will on each sow feet of straw will learn astronomy. Joke 2 suggests opening an embassy to bees, staffed by Mistress Industries, the donkey as charged a fare. She brays once in a language that persuades everyone to give her the portfolio. The rope men, who have learned to like wicker better than wall, plait a fence round the new lime, open enough for bees, fussy enough for goats, and tie blue at one post, red at the other, green in the middle boundary. Law and water work that must pass. They ask if the color alphabet works for wings. You answer that wings invented alphabets. The clerk writes first treaty with bees and pretends he did not enjoy. You remember to bless the planting with furniture, the patient stone washed and set beside the lime to keep money calm when mouths get excited about mead. The latch bell hung for shade so door. Manners can practice outdoors. The daisy wedge slid under a bench because spring makes people tip. The adder stone hung from the hedge on its little daisy so hurried eyes will look through humility at flowers before they borrow them. And 2 tree nails laid at the ford as punctuation until roots take the job. Mainstream truth lays a final plank, open field rotations and hay meadows, with Lammas rites and aftermath. Grazing made summer a choir for bees. Whether enclosure later starved bees or merely rearranged their song is argued in hedgerow histories. Your parish keeps commons well lettered with clover and lanes persuasive with time. The justice's clerk notes the customal to be, meadows to bloom before blades, scythe to follow bees, not precede. The bee woman holds a scrap of linen like a gospel and reads gently to the skep, because you asked for a ceremony that minds its verbs, births to tell, deaths to tell, verdicts to tell, seeds to tell. Then she ties a blue thread to the skep thong, not to bind, to remind, and you hear the hum drop a half step into present, which is the only verdict bee's sign. The ferryman raps his or once because rivers like to be included. You pay him the extension to the map you carry in your mouth. Hedgehog moons earlier for cold nights. Willow whips puddled where commas earn wages. Lime for summer shade and honey. Time to keep pride's soft need. Be baths shallow and polite. Stools for skeps lifted out of damp. The apple toss song revised for wings. And 2 taps to tell the hives when law remembers flowers. Joke 3, small and edible, suggests minting a coin with a bee on one side and a daisy on the other to pay future fines in nectar. You decline currency and adopt a proverb instead. If you can't feed it, do not fine it. The forester takes your staff, recuts 1 petal on the daisy under your thumb for bees, and hands it back as if returning a tuned instrument. The face carver scratches a thumb-sized leaf on the lime stake with the mouth slightly open. Not to bite, to inhale, so even wood will remember to breathe before speaking. The rope men set their wicker against wind. The clerk copies the hope ledger cleanly with room for spring. Lime shaded, willow sipped, time smelted, bees told, loans of comb repaid in flowers rather than coin. You inventory because habit beats weather, ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath, forester's cross, willow slip now multiplied at the ford, 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation and pollination, yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable and now tied at 2 posts to mark a guest lane for wings and brush, adder stone girdled with a daisy and hung where hasty eyes can borrow humility, 2 tree nails now 1 lodged in a puddled whip and 1 waiting for the river's next run on. Daisy wedge warm from leveling benches near the lime, and you pass your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them. Skep on stool, bath with stones, time at beast. Bell in shade, patience stone on duty, rope that carries soup, fence that reads 3 colors but refuses to be a wall. Evening combs the green. The hedgehog moons climb their little ladder without boasting. The bees shift a note you have learned to translate as sufficient. The donkey edits the silence with 1 dignified step. The hound files the air as not cheese, honey, acceptable. And you hum the kyrie in a key that tastes faintly of nectar while the village, newly apprenticed to a slower calendar with brighter flowers, sleeps as if spring has already been promised in a language bees will remember. Dusk lifts its hems and shows you the neat ankles of the wood, and you come at procession pace because ankles think. Better when verbs are gentle, pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence crisp with frost remnants. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail not you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. The hedgehog ferry post has already begun its moon climb. The latch bell on the fold chews worry like a polite animal. The time you tucked around the daisy beast stone sifts sent onto the air until even the word no softens at the edges. Bees settle on their stools by the warm wall. Mistress Industries, the donkey, edits the silence with 1 authoritative step. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files the evening as not cheese, promising, and snores once by way of a disclaimer. The forester raises his counting stick the way a choirmaster raises breath, and then pauses because the wood lowers its voice in a manner you have learned to respect, a hush with antlers in it. White walks out of the bracken as if dusk has decided to try a new sentence. Stag, antlers like punctuation marks that grew brave. Hooves careful, eyes the color of cups waiting to be filled with moon. He meets the boundary stone you returned to its chair. He lowers his head to the time and reads your daisy before he notices the beast's carved mouth and the small word beside it. He blinks as if courtesy were a flavor. Joke 1 arrives on tiptoe and suggests issuing a guest pass. Adjunct professor of manners, antler division, you keep the joke pocketed because the oak prefers verbs to applause. Mainstream fact stands under a beech and behaves. White deer turn up in chronicles and parks. Fallow herds bred for pale coats in lordly warrens. Richard II wore the white hart as badge, crowned and collared. Poets made the hart a figure of refuge and a sign of sovereignty. Venison and vert law guarded deer and trees alike. Green wax weighing trespass. Whether villagers tasted hart at festivals or only in rumors depended on lords with antlers in their dream books. The forester breathes hold, and the rope men. Now wicker not wall, shift their bodies the way hedges shift. Enough space to be a sentence, not enough to be a chase. The stag tests the fold's color grammar. Blue where boundary keeps manners. Red where law and water have learned to share a tongue. Green where work must pass. He touches each ribbon with air and decides the fold is furniture, not theater. Mistress Industries approves with a single ear. Fringe detail comes in with burrs and bestiary breath. Old books swear stags seek out serpents, draw them from holes, crush them, and then run to water to cool the duel. Hartshorn, shavings of antler, later perfumed salts to wake the faint. Whether deer fight snakes or men enjoy telling brave lies about timid animals is argued most happily before fires. You let the story sit by the patient's stone and ask it to bathe until it can be handled without singeing. The children breathe as if they were learning a psalm. The hound sneezes twice, auditor's code for complication, miracle attempting to be policy, and leans against your knee so some courage can travel by skin. You lift your whole hand. No pointing pricks, and you perform the courtesy you wish to be remembered for. You tie your swallowtail to the lower post of the wicket and let it hang like a verb that refuses higher. You step one pace back and then another, and your village steps with you, the way geese move when a brook asks to be visible. The stag chooses the space you left and passes so close you can hear fur editing air. He stops at the salvaged bench you set under the oak, sniffs the leaf the face carver cut with a mouth slightly open, not to bite, to inhale, and seems to approve of furniture that remembers to breathe before speaking. Historians still debate whether white stags in medieval pages came from parks and poems or from forests that occasionally produced pale bodies by luck, lucism worked up to allegory. Whether the heart under Richard's collar was a badge of mercy or of claim is argued in rooms where tapestries cough politely. Whether the visions of St. Eustace and St. Hubert, crucifix between antlers, converted hunters to gentler vocabularies or merely baptized appetite remains an uneasy question. You act as if gentleness is the safer wager. You show it in nouns. You set the face carver's worry plank across the ditch so feet can step from awe to sense without litigating ankles. You ring the latch bell once. Pax not chase. You steady the patient's stone so coins will not try to purchase wonder. You put 2 tree nails on the bank in case the river decides to take notes. And you look through the adder stone because even beauty would like a smaller sky. Quirky detail wanders in carrying a proverb. In certain shires a white beast, if met first by a woman with a blue ribbon, would bless milk yield. In another parish a white deer meant a saint would be remembered with mending more than with incense. Whether ribbons teach udders or only people is best decided by cows. You tie a blue thread on your wrist anyway because threads make good reminders when awe is loud. The stag walks to the daisy beast stone and sniffs the word no, which, trimmed neat, behaves like a courtesy rather than a cudgel. He blinks again, finds the time ring, and grazes two polite mouthfuls as if underwriting your customer with breath. The forester whispers one of his better sentences, "Let him read the parish, not the parish read him." And you nod because maps worth trusting must be legible to mouths as well as to boots. The ferryman wanders up with his, or pretending it was going this way anyway. He raps once because rivers like to join spectacles without wearing feathers. You pay him the map as toll while the stag counts verbs, hedgehog moons climbing, bell that chews worry, lintel that teaches ankles, ribbons that teach teeth, benches that level tempers, bees that must be told of births, deaths, lawsuits, and now wonders. He accepts the figure 8 yes as if it were a wreath. The ride's clerk, now apprenticed to furniture full-time, tries to write without scraping off thin. He puts down white stag observed under. Parish declined to make it an invoice. Guest pass issued. Swallowtail loan to dusk. No pursuit. Beast red daisy then time. Wolves to be informed that even deer can be taught to read. The hound, moved to literature, sneezes twice, not cheese, miracle acceptable. You test the custom you are always building, 2 taps to tell the bees. A verse of the distance song in case awe misunderstands. Breath. 40 heartbeats counted so nobody lies to themselves about how quickly a story grows legs. And a child, deputy of confession under leaves, bumped lightly at the daisy beast so memory will have knees tomorrow. Mainstream truth offers one more plank while the stag edits the sunset. Deer parks ringed with pails multiplied in the 13th and 14th centuries. Status etched as fence. Fallow deer, smaller, often spotted or pale, thrived in enclosures. Red deer hid in deeper woods. Statutes listed seasons and sizes. Poaching could hang or maim. Whether parks conserved woodland or bit commons is a quarrel with mud on both boots. Your answer is a lane. You tie blue at one hedge gap, red at another, green between, and teach the rope men to call it a stag corridor. Work that must pass includes breath that is not ours to hire. Joke 2, having waited like a decent small joke, suggests antlers would make excellent drying racks for lost gloves. You pardon it because laughter that does not crow can be a fence against greed. The face carver produces a sliver of oak and with the speed of a man who rehearsed kindness carves. A thumb-high leaf with 2 tiny tines sprouting at the top. He nails it at stag shoulder height on the wicket leaf antler to remind hands that corridors exist for other necks than ours. The reeve, lemon retired and scoop sworn, surprises himself by whispering an oath to behave if wonder tries to buy witnesses. He writes in the soup ledger's margin. Very small, white stag scene. No bowls altered. Bells rung soft. Patience stone remembered. Rumor told to walk, not run. Historians still debate whether wildness ever visited villages without becoming property. Did a heart belong more to king, to God, or to itself? Whether medieval people could hold beauty without caging it is not a settled sentence. Your parish chooses to let dusk keep the leash. The stag moves. He passes through the blue-green red of your corridor as if reading a sentence. The donkey declines to move because someone should stay in charge. The hound leans, filing an after-action report into your shin. The children succeed at not shouting. The clerk succeeds at not scooping awe into columns. The ferryman succeeds at nodding figure 8 yes as if it were a vote. You tell the bees after he is gone, 2 taps. And their hum drops a half step into present, which is the only verdict bees sign when wonder visits. You walk the fold once, lifting ribbons a thumb higher because snow taught you where noses negotiate. You smooth the time around the stone so the word no will keep its friendly accent. You lay one tree nail at the ford and one by the bench because commas breed sense. You polish the patient's stone to keep any coin tempted by awe from forgetting its bath. And you peep through the adder stone again because humility and astonishment are kin. Quirky detail returns with a lantern mouth. A grandmother says a white stag makes good weather if it licks salt. Another says it ruins marriages if you count its points. You issue an ordinance, nobody bribe wonder, nobody number it, everybody breathe. The justice will ask tomorrow what you did. You will say you taught ankles to remain literate, bells to remain shy, and sleeves to remain empty of pursuit. You will offer as exhibit the corridor tide in color and the leaf antler at the wicket. You will add that wolves have been enrolled in reader's class and are therefore less likely to choose theater, when the syllabus already includes deer who study. Joke 3, small and edible, proposes piping the stag into the customal as unpaid consultant, dusk management. You settle for a clause, when wonder crosses hedges. Let hedges bow. Inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip stubbornly promising tomorrow. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation and now antlers. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable loaned to dusk for 1 minute and returned. Adder stone righteous on its daisy. 2 tree nails now one at ford and one by bench as commas for awe. Daisy wedge warm in your palm in case benches drift under moonlight. You leave the fold at procession pace, past the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, past the owl doorway where the local box keeps practical sacraments, adder stone, retired lemon, tally and trust, slips tied blue, red, green, and now a strip of ribbon labeled corridor, dusk, and you straighten the hedgehog moons. Without boasting, the Kyrie in your mouth has learned a new note, astonishment that refuses to turn into fee, and the village, hearing that a white stag can pass through color and leave maps kinder, sleeps the way good sentences end, unhurried, with room for the next clause to arrive without being chased. Morning shakes out bunting the color of breath and cinnamon. And you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle. Pockets taking attendance by touch. Ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut. Forester's cross neat at the end. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish, talking commas under your ribs. The yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen without speech's courtesy. Not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole. 2 tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on. And the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. The hedgehog fairy post keeps last night's rushlight moons like modest buttons. The latch bell waits to chew worry instead of shins. The patient stone shows its obedient shine. And the bee woman tilts her head the way hives do when sugar walks up wearing shoes. The fair gathers at your edge. Pins and pepper, salt like small winter, cloth shouldering its L, trinkets arguing about saints, a gingerbread heart catching sunlight like a coin with morals, a juggler politely warming failures behind his back. Posted men in better habits than last month's cousins lower their clappers at your swallowtail and listen for instructions. A banner offers escorts payable and looks embarrassed because bridges already speak under oaks. Joke 1 wanders up on stilts and proposes a pop-up booth, pie powder arbitration. Now with 30% less dust, you fold the stilts and keep the day in slippers. Mainstream fact plants its stool by your patient stone. Fairs drew charters with rights of stallage and toll. A quart of pie powder, pites poudres, dusty feet, sat to judge quarrels swiftly among merchants, with summary proof and fines that walked before the dust settled. Alnigers measured cloth with the L-wand, a size of bread and ale visited stalls like a weather god with scales. The great champagne fairs coordinated credit and bills of exchange before cities. Learned to keep markets always awake. Whether pie powder courts genuinely protected strangers or mostly protected fees is still argued in rooms where ledgers enjoy themselves. You pay the ferryman's toll, the map in your mouth, because even fares travel by river tempo, hedgehog moons at dusk, bell on latch for doors, biting lintel teaching ankles to lift, causeway ribs humming since treenail commas. Vinegar where coins bathe before hands, blue and red at the fold so teeth red before appetite, yellow swallowtail that means guest not bond. The forester posts his counting stick at the fairs, throat as if it were a lane, and the rope men become wicker again, setting 3 courtesies in color, blue for boundary, red for law and water, green for work that must pass, carts, brush, buckets, and the donkey mistress industries, who accepts traffic with the dignity of a saint who has seen saints turn back at mud. The ride's clerk, apprentice to furniture now, opens a little pie powder table under the oak and arranges, evidence like a picnic of nouns, the patience stone, the latch bell, the adder stone with its daisy, the swallowtail knot, the face carver's plank for biting worry, and the daisy wedge because benches at fairs always list toward noise. Fringe detail shows off a shiny superstition. A woman sells cramp rings said to be blessed by kings on Good Friday and to soothe pains. Another hawks gingerbread hearts gilded with a smirk and promises luck in love if you bite the right corner first. Whether rings cure cramps or gingerbread appoints spouses is adjudicated mainly by appetite. You let rings sit beside onions in the Museum of Encouraging but not for court. The first case arrives on its own broom, a clothman's ell shorter by a thumb than the truth. Your adder stone lends the eye a smaller sky. The alnager's wand tells the story, and the clerk writes thumb restored while the alewife takes custody of the lad's pride, cooling it in the vinegar bowl with the steady hand of someone who knows how to keep soup from boiling over. The second case arrives with a smell of fish, a barrel of herrings complaining about its salt, too much winter to live, too little winter to travel. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files the air as not cheese, arguable, sneezes twice to note complication. Enthusiasm, and the ferryman raps once. Patience, so the seller can sing the price to 6 paces and let the bell replace haggling with verbs. The clerk writes song at distance accepted, which is poetry disguised as policy. Historians still debate what fairs did to parishes. Did messy commerce free hands from seasons or tie them to tallies? Did pie powder hum fairness or teach speed to fines? Did the decline of great fairs come from war and safer sea roads or from towns that learned to keep shop fronts glowing all week? You keep the quarrel warm under the oak and answer with furniture. Planks for ankles, bells for tempers, vinegar for coin, and a knot that refuses to hire a wrist without asking its name in. Daylight. The face carver finds the one bench that always slants toward the mountebank and slides his daisy wedge under its shy foot. The mountebank, deprived of tilt, discovers sincerity in his own voice to his mild horror. He sells a salve that smells like respectable cabbage and, more important, claps in the right places when the rope men teach the press and slip not to 3-horn men who arrived hoping to buy. Wrists wholesale. Joke 2 suggests the knot should offer a loyalty program every 10th loosening free, and the clerk nearly writes it down before remembering dignity. A steward's man tries to resurrect pavage with a trumpet that learned persuasion on a bad day. You set your treenails on the grass like commas and recite the verdict under oaks. Toll in abeyance unless timber visible. Escorts payable only in brush and time. Hedgehog moons and rushlight ladders credited. Courtesy passes recognized in swallowtail, not chain. He watches the swallowtail loosen without speeches and looks briefly relieved to be spared a quarrel. Quirky detail pulls on your sleeve. A peddler with a tray of pilgrim badges melted into charms. One says St. Hubert for hounds, one St. Apollonia for teeth, and he swears a pin shaped like a heart's head prevents letters from reversing. In children, Whether hearts teach alphabets or alphabets teach hearts is a problem for poets. The face carver buys one and nails it at stag shoulder height on the wicket as punctuation for gratitude. The bee woman keeps a little stall, a square of sun, a jar of late honey, a bundle of thyme and marjoram, for teaching traders that flowers keep markets alive. She hums when she measures, and people accept the measure because hives do not haggle. You hang your swallowtail above her stall, so sleeves hungry for winter understand guest, not bond. Mainstream truth lays a plank the justice can step on when he wanders through. Stapled towns kept certain trades. The wool staple for export under regulation. Customs men counted sacks like beads. Trucks of cloth walked roads with seals. Whether these systems organized blood into healthy circulation or created bottleneck, scholars still mutter about. Your road today carries brush and bowls as well as bolts because a village that only buys will eventually sell its manners. A noise tries to be a rumor. Two lads nose to nose over a gaming board scratched into a plank. You set the face carver's leaf mouth there and invite worry to chew wood. You ring the bell once, pax, and the lads blink as if a donkey had spoken Latin. The clerk writes 9 men's Morris. Relocated to friendly weather, and the hound files the outcome as not cheese, amicable. The ferryman claims his toll again, the map adjusted for bunting, and you pay promptly. Blue not to be crossed by credit that refuses to learn names. Red to be honored by water and law even when banners ask for shortcuts. Green to be respected by carts even when drums announce theater. Bell to ring yes not oops. Vinegar to cool money, adder stone to slow eyes, tree nails ready where talk runs into flood. Fringe lore asks for a line and earns it, some swear a fair should be opened with a cry. Town crier, horn, or drum, declaring peace and safe conduct. Others swear you must let a child ring the first bell so grown-ups remember who they were before markets. You choose the child, the boy with nettle hair, who rings yes in a minor key and makes the bunting behave. The justice arrives without trumpet, curious rather than hungry. He sees pie powder under oaks and allows himself the small smile bench's use when maps learn new vocabulary. He hears a case of broken measure, resolved with L and adder stone. Here's a case of loud sails, resolved with bell and 6 paces. Here's an attempt at escort fee, resolved with brush and verdict. And he writes in green wax as if he were taking the minutes of a good dinner. Fair peace kept by furniture. Courtesy passes recognized. Pavage sleeping. Pie powder seated at oaks. Soup at 6 paces to keep tempers from inventing law. Joke 3. Small and edible. Proposes printing tokens for your fare. B on one face, daisy on the other, redeemable for patience. The justice answers by buying gingerbread and paying with breath. Thank you, he says to the alewife's ladle. The ladle bows to the law that learned to eat. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross, willow slip that will be whips by spring. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation among peppers and pins. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable and now a sign above kindness. Adder stone righteous on its daisy where eyes. Slow before they spend. 2 tree nails lying like commas ready to anchor sentences if river or rumor runs on. Daisy wedge warm from teaching a mountebank sincerity. And you pass your whole hand over nouns as if blessing them. Bell rung soft. Bowl at 6 paces. L that confessed. Plank that chewed worry, not that apologized itself, patient stone gleaming like a small moon that learned accounting. When dusk folds bunting into pockets and the hedgehog moons climb their quiet ladder, you lead the last cart under the biting lintel that keeps ankles literate, straighten the time around the daisy beast so the word no keeps its friendly accent. Tell the bees 2 taps, pie powder behaved, traders learned 6 paces, coins bathed, bridges credited, and hum the kyrie in the key that convinces markets to use their inside voice. While the village, having learned to let strangers borrow its law without selling its breath, falls asleep like a ledger closed by a careful hand, numbers legible, nouns at rest, commas able to hold until morning. Dawn spreads a linen the color of oat milk over the green, and you come at procession pace because ankles think better when verbs are gentle, pockets taking attendance by touch, ferryman's tally with its red thread stitched like a healed cut, forester's cross neat at the end, willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence, three bent saints, bracket, hinge, and don't be foolish talking commas under your ribs, the yellow swallowtail knot you can loosen. Without speech's courtesy, not chain. The adder stone for humility's peephole, two tree nails to become commas if any bank attempts a run-on, and the carpenter's daisy wedge for benches or pride that list. Hedgehog fairy post keeps last night's rushlight moons like modest buttons. The latch bell waits to chew worry instead of shins. The patient stone shows its obedient shine. The face carver's plank leans where tired ankles used to invent litigation. And the boy with nettle hair has the little board ready for names taken for soup not suspicion. Today you do the long sentence in one breath, you write the village down so it can keep breathing. When weather forgets its manners. You lift your whole hand, no pointing pricks, and the forester raises his counting stick like a staff that remembers wolves. Rope men, now wicker not wall, stand at the lanes. Mistress Industries, the donkey, edits the silence with one authoritative step. The hound, chief fragrance officer, files morning as not cheese, hopeful, and sneezes twice to mark complication. Ceremony nervous about trousers. You begin with bounds because memory deserves knees. Blue at the hedge, red at the ford, green between where work must pass, and children. Bumped lightly at the daisy beast stone. Know by its mouth trimmed neat, so tomorrow has witnesses in cartilage, not just ink. Mainstream fact sets a sensible plank beneath your pace. Rogation-tide perambulations beat the bounds in many. Parishes, clergy, and neighbors walking limits with litanies. Boys bumped at stones so their bones would remember what paper forgets. Some carried crosses, some staves. Custom, so often, was a map sung out loud. Fringe detail arrives in a cap with rushes. Two villages upriver dress their springs with flowers each summer. Well-dressing that claims to sweeten drought's temper. Whether petals persuade geology or just keep hands from quarreling is debated chiefly by grandmothers. You file it under encouraging but on its best behavior and tie a daisy where your patience likes to sit. Historians still debate whether parish custom was people persuading law or law training people. Was consuetudo consent from below or a harness from above? Did commons govern want or justify rent? Some read roles and hear appetite, others hear accommodation. You answer in nouns set on grass, or for tempo, tree nails for commas, bell for shy yes, bowl for 6 paces, ribbon that loosens without speeches, brush that pays what fees only pronounce. Joke 1 proposes issuing souvenir knee bruises, official boundary addition, then remembers souvenirs are rumor with receipts and retires, chastened. You process to the king's oak with benches that now level themselves when they hear the daisy, wedge clear its throat. The justice arrives as if the tree were his elder, not his furniture. The ride's clerk, apprentice to daylight, unfurls a skin already patient with your handwriting. And you speak the customal the way you taught wolves to read. Hedgehog moons to be strung when fog rehearses. Bell on latch to chew worry. Biting lintel to teach ankles. Causeway ribs to hum since treenail commas. Vinegar bowl to keep money from inventing. Weather. Blue and red where teeth must learn. Yellow cut swallowtail to mean guest not bond. Adder stone admissible when eyes hurry. Soup ledger legible from 6 paces. Pie powder to sit under oaks with furniture. Pavage asleep unless timber wakes it. Wolves to be answered with color. not trumpet. Bees to be told births, deaths, lawsuits, wonders, and seeds. The ferryman raps once. Gavel that never went to school and pays his toll in figure 8, yes. You pay him back with a map that includes the corridor you tied in color for the white stag. Breath not for hire, and the lime sapling by the ale stake that will tutor summer in shade. The justice writes in green wax with an economy you trust, custom proved by perambulation and witness, fixtures in place of fines, and the leaf above him nods as if shade had joined the jury. Quirky detail wanders through with a grin and a palm full of pins. A tinker swears a horseshoe nailed upside down leaks luck and must be turned or stuffed with a sprig of rue. The face carver nails a small leaf over our shoe on the barn door so luck, if any, remembers to breathe before speaking. The clerk writes applied botany to superstition and tries not to look pleased. You send a messenger ribboned in swallow tail to the steward upriver, with a copy of measures for breath and a spoonful of late honey for the journey because policy travels best when it tastes like something that does not lecture. Joke 2. Tidy and edible. Suggests we knight the patient's stone for services to fiscal temperance. The alewife grants battlefield promotion to comptroller of coins that would rather be drama. Which is better? Midday learns its manners. The soup ledger clicks bowls across 6 paces. Irregular kindness column filling with nouns that keep bellies loyal. The fold wears blue and red like sentences you can graze against. Wolves practice literacy at a distance that flatters them. Bees are told with 2 taps and answer present. The white stag does not appear because wonder has office hours, but time at the daisy beast keeps the word no agreeable to knees. The justice calls for endings that behave. You empty your pockets, tally, cross, willow, 3 saints, ribbon, stone, tree nails, wedge on grass as exhibits, then gather them again not as trophies, as tools that remember your hands. Historians will still debate whether afternoons like this change anything when sleeves change owners. You cannot argue a century, only a day. So you offer 1 sentence to the oak that feels like a good hinge. We will keep law and furniture where pride cannot read it aloud without doing the work. Joke 3, small and late, wants to embroider that on your swallowtail. You decline embroidery and accept practice. The clerk ties your customel with a strip of blue, a strip of red, a strip of green, and a thread of yellow swallowtail. Then slides it into the local box under the owl doorway next to the retired lemon and the tally in trust. The box hums like a modest reliquary of neighborliness. You inventory because habit beats weather. Ferryman's tally with red thread bright as a small oath. Forester's cross. Willow slip promising tomorrow while moonlighting in a fence. 3 bent saints pleased to supervise punctuation. Yellow swallowtail demonstrably loosenable. Adder stone righteous on its daisy. 2 tree nails warm from commas that kept the causeway in a good temper. Daisy wedge content after teaching benches manners. And you pass your whole hand over. Nouns as if blessing them or plank, bell, bowl, ribbon, brush, wedge, leaf. Evening combs the green. Hedgehog moons climb their ladder without boasting. The latch bell sleeps on its peg. The patient stone keeps its obedient shine. The donkey edits the silence with 1 dignified step. The hound files the air as not cheese, home, acceptable. And you hum the kyrie in the key that convinces history to use its inside voice while the village, having learned to turn fear into fixtures and appetite into chores, rests inside a sentence it now knows how to finish without shouting. Word count. 1318. Awaiting why command soft wind down ending the night is kind to edges. It rounds them the way a thumb smooths a bead. And the things you kept naming all day, or plank, bell, bowl, dim into their gentlest selves. The hedgehog moons are only pearls on a quiet thread. Now just enough light to find a cup, a door, a hand. The map you carried in your mouth becomes smaller, private. It is only the rhythm of your own steps and the soft agreement of the lane. Underfoot. You pass the biting lintel and it does not bite. It just lifts your foot a little, as if asking for a bow instead of a salute. The owl doorway breathes. Inside the little box, the adder stone cools the thoughts that ran too fast. The retired lemon smiles at its new job of doing nothing, and the slips tied blue-red-green are folded like lullabies. Bees sleep warm as a psalm pressed between pages. Wolves are far away and busy with their own reading. Somewhere the white stag is only a white curve in a deeper dark. Not a miracle, just a body at rest. Let breath shorten its stride and spread out, like a cloak shaken once and settled over. Shoulders, in and gentle, out and slower. Count without counting. The bell on the latch is not needed, but it will answer if it hears worry. A single yes that sounds like a blanket being straightened. All the clever arguments you won under leaves are put away with the tools. Their handles remember your hands and will be where you left them when morning arrives with its clean questions. For now your pockets are light, your ankles are unhurried, and your ribs learn a softer metronome. If you listen closely, the river has stopped cross-examining the bank. It murmurs a story it tells only to sleepers. So dim the lights, leave a fan or a window to make that small, faithful hum, and lie back. The forest is not a mouth anymore. It is a room that knows your name. You made it so. Let that knowing keep the watch while you do the easy work. Close your eyes, keep the tune, drift.